the committee meeting for Monday the 13th of July. First of all, I'd like to welcome members of the public as well as officers and members of the committee. Also, just to note that this meeting is being webcast and also to outline the emergency evacuation procedure. We're not expecting to have a fire test, but if the alarm does sound, please leave the room calmly via the lobby area and the main front door at the front of City Hall. If you then turn right and go head down the ramp towards the cathedral, the assembly point is in front of the cathedral, and if you could please wait there until a fire officer has signed you off. Okay, agenda item number 2 is apologies for absence and substitution. We only have one substitution. Apologies has been received from Councillor Heather Mack, and Councillor David Wilcox is attending as substitute. And we hope that Councillor Mack recovers from a minor traffic injury as soon as possible. Can I check if there are any other apologies or substitutions? It looks like everybody's here. Okay, thank you. Agenda item 3 is declarations of interest. Can I ask committee members if they can indicate if they have any interest to declare in relation to the items of business on the agenda?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I'd like to declare that I am a non-executive director of Gorham Homes.
Okay, thank you, David. Any other declarations of interest? Okay, let that interest be noted and recorded. Agenda item 4 is minutes of the previous meeting. There are 2 sets of minutes to be approved for meetings. The meetings that were held on Tuesday, the 26th of May 2026, and the minutes for Monday, the 15th of June 2026. Can I first move the minutes of the meeting of the Strategy and Resources Committee held on the 26th of May 2026 as a correct record? Can I ask for a seconder?
Seconded.
Thank you, Sarah. Can I ask the committee if they are content to confirm the minutes as a correct record? Thank you. I'd now like to move that we approve the minutes of the previous meeting of the Strategy and Resources Committee held on Monday, the 15th of June 2026 as a correct record. Can I ask for a seconder?
Seconded.
Thank you, Sarah. Can I ask the committee to approve? Thank you. Agenda item number 5 is Chair's announcements. The only announcement I have to make is to apologise in advance for my throat. It's not a cold or anything like that, nobody to be aware of. I've just strained some larynx muscles. So hopefully you can all hear me clearly enough. If there's anybody in the public gallery, if you have any problems hearing me, just stick your hand up and indicate, and I'll do my best to speak louder. That brings us on to agenda item number 6, which is public forum. We have up to 30 minutes for public forum. We have received 12 questions and 9 statements. Public forum has been circulated to the committee members and has been published on the Council's website alongside the agenda papers for this meeting. Each questioner is permitted to ask up to 2 or supplementary questions in total if they wish. A supplementary question must arise directly out of the original question or the reply, i.e. entirely fresh questions on another subject is not permitted. Depending on the content of the supplementary question, it may be necessary for a follow-up reply to be sent to the questioner. Now, the first 3 questions I have are from Victoria Sterry, but Victoria, it says on here that even for you attending, you're only here to observe. Can I check if that's correct and you have no follow-up questions? Okay, I'll move on then. We then have a question from Helen Power regarding Stoke Lodge update on Steeder surrender. Helen, are you here and do you have any follow-up questions?
Yes, thank you. So I note that in the response you say you would appeal to all residents to respect and accept the rights of the school to use its playing fields for the education of young people. And we're very happy to confirm that. That accounts for part of the field for about 5% of daylight hours in any week, but they keep it locked up for the rest. So my question is, please can you confirm that you have also appealed to the school to respect and accept the terms of their lease that provide for shared use and to respect and accept the rights of the public to use the rights of way across the field, which they're currently obstructing.
First to centre the SCUR, so I will follow up to see if we have asked the SCUR to treat residents with the same respect as we're asking residents to treat the SCUR with. So I'll take that on me as an action. Thank you. Sorry, I switched over the page. The next two questions are from Roy Norris. I can't see Roy Norris in the audience. We then have questions from Dan Aykroyd. I can't see Dan Aykroyd in the audience. And then the final three questions are from Joanna Booth, and Joanna's already indicated she's not attending. So we'll move on to public statements. I have a public statement from Victoria Sterry on which it's athletics track, but it's indicated to you that that's only to observe. But Helen, we do have yourself, so do you want to make your statement, please?
Thank you very much. So there is a piece of land at Stoke Lodge that Cottam School is required to hand back to the city, but it's refusing to sign the deed of surrender, because Cottam wants to tie this up with other proposals, one of which is that, having fenced off the rest of the parkland, it wants to talk about a linear park outside the fence. And it's only the community showing up that has shown that plan for what it really is. It took us to point out that the surrender land is nothing to do with the school. They're just squatting on the legal title. And the linear park is just strips of land outside the fence that Cottam has made too expensive to maintain and a liability risk to users. And it now wants the council to pay the bill for keeping citizens on the other side of the fence. So it's vital that the council involves the community and our ward councillors in any discussions with the school, because we know the lease and the history, and we come with facts, not spin. A lasting settlement can't be reached without having the community on board. Thank you.
Thank you. And obviously one of your ward councillors is Councillor Galandris, who is paying very apt attention to what you've just said. Okay, the next statement on my list, where somebody has indicated their attendance, is Gary Hopkins. Gary, do you want to make your statement?
Yes, I won't bore you by reading out the statement, but I appeal to this committee to look at, firstly, at this report. It does not address what has been the requirement of the Golden Motion at all. It's leave me alone, we just want to get on with this and don't stop and don't bother us. The Whitchurch Athletics track is unique, and it's very important from the cycling point of view as well. It's surrounded by trees, so as well as sending in the bulldozers, this committee, if it agrees to ignore the facts, would in actual fact be sending in the chainsaws on a massive scale to cut down the trees. Those trees are extremely valuable, as well as being very pleasant to look at and having wildlife potential. They also actually provide a boost to all athletes who will use that track, as has been demonstrated by Michael Johnson in the States, who has developed the track with trees surrounding, because the trees actually produce the oxygen, which actually helps to enhance performance. And I think that we can demonstrate that, as well as from the bottom up, the kids who have been moved onto using the track positively away from antisocial behaviour, and it's why the police are campaigning with us. As well as all that, we have the opportunity to provide a high-level, unique facility. We already have plans to do that with other sporting facilities on the site, and this committee, the officers, have completely failed to engage with the campaign, who have the detailed plans available. Basically, when this housing development was planned years ago, things have changed massively since then. You're in bed with a developer who's in serious financial difficulties, Vistry. Their shares are the most bet against in the whole of Europe, never mind just the UK, because of the difficulties.
Can you come to a close now, please?
They will probably not be able to deliver, and basically it is ridiculous of the officers to try to blame the attempted saving of the athletics track for the difficulty that this scheme is actually in.
Thank you, Gary. Sir Brown?
My questions to this committee on May the 26th, I found it very disturbing that some of the legal advice you first sent was demonstrably untrue, because it suggests that official decisions about Stoke Lodge may have been made based on misinformation and misunderstandings. You say you intend to agree a way forward with the school collaboratively. I beg you to include the community in that collaboration. We ask you and Cottam School, you've just answered this to Helen, to accept and respect the rights of the community to share Stoke Lodge, as we did amicably for 7 decades before you agreed a lease that apparently recognised the shared use by making the tenure, quote, subject to all existing rights and use of the property, including use by the community. But since then, we've been sidelined and silenced as a result of council decisions made after discussions behind closed doors with Cottam School's senior management. The council has described the school's treatment of the community as unreasonable, yet persists in allowing them to call the tune to which everyone else is expected to dance. Why?
The final statement on my list is from Councillor Toby Wells. Toby.
Thank you, Chair. Councillors, I believe that this council must be more ambitious on athletics. We continue to set our vision and ambition based on what other local authorities are doing, rather than looking at best practice from around the world and aiming for what's really right for our city. I do acknowledge that there are constraints to what's possible, such as the limitations of central government funding from Sports England, but we need to stop confusing vision with practicality. If aspiring young athletes over the years had had that same outlook, thinking that not many people who look like me are athletes, or people in my area never go to the Olympics, we wouldn't have been treated to the great feats of human achievement that we see. I urge the Council to be bold and consider how we unblock the barriers to delivering high quality and accessible athletics, rather than just rolling over and succumbing to them. Thank you.
Thank you, Toby. And that concludes public forum. Thank you all for asking questions and bringing forward statements. We'll now move on to the next agenda item, which is agenda item 7, which is the Hengrove Park response to the Golden Motion. I would like to advise the committee that the purpose of this report is to respond to the full Council Golden Motion resolution on 10th of March 2026 around the delivery of new market and affordable homes on the site of the decommissioned Witches Athletics Trap and provision of an alternate athletics facility in South Worcester. This report is for information only, and I would like to invite Louise Davison, Head of Housing Delivery, and Guy Fishbourne, Principal Public Health Specialist, to briefly outline the report. Louise.
Thank you, Chair, and good afternoon, members. So I am joined this afternoon by colleagues from Gorham Homes who are sitting behind me here, and by Guy, as the leaders just said, the Council Sport and Physical Development Manager who co-wrote today's paper. They're here to ensure that we're able to answer questions about all aspects of the paper. And while we cannot discuss matters of commercial sensitivity in open session, Gorham's Financial Director will seek to help you understand the issue with financial viability at Hengrove Park and how Gorham and their development partner Vistry are now in a position to develop a viable Phase 1. We've started the report by reminding members that the delivery of 1,435 new homes at Hengrove Park comes at the end of a decade of investment in infrastructure development under the Hengrove Regeneration Master Plan, and was brought forward to reflect the requirements of the Hengrove and Whitchurch Park Neighbourhood Plan. Appendix 2 to the report provides you with a timeline of delivery from as far back as 2005 up to the current day. Hengrove Park will deliver 1,400 new quality sustainable homes for the city, half of which will be for social rent and shared ownership. It will also deliver significant green infrastructure and sports facilities with 22 hectares of park, playing fields and recreation spaces. The Council and Gorham Homes have already made significant levels of investment getting Hengrove Park into delivery, and the report outlines some of these key costs, as well as identifying where external funding has been sourced to enable and unlock the delivery of the outline planning consent for the 1,400 homes. It's key for members of Strategy and Resources to note that the Council has been making decisions about development of homes on this land for many years, from developing the Hengrove Park Master Plan, approving the outline planning application, bidding for external funding to support delivery, but also more recently in the Gorham Homes Business Plan, which was approved by this committee back in earlier this year, and was predicated on the delivery of the full 1,400 homes at Hengrove, with 350 plus homes in that first viable phase. The Council in its shareholder capacity has also approved a framework agreement between Gorham and Vistry to deliver the entirety of Hengrove Park, as well as the setting up of the local limited partnership to deliver out the first phase of 350 homes. Gorham and Vistry have carried out multiple detailed options appraisals to establish how most effectively to deliver the first phase of Hengrove Park. As the report details, the original Phase 1B was shown to be unviable due to the high proportion of apartments to houses, the 50% affordable housing requirement, and the fact that it carries around £12 million of enabling infrastructure for the whole development. By revising their approach to phasing of the development and bringing the adjacent former running track land into Phase 1, Gorham and Vistry can ensure that the first phase of this huge development is viable. In the report, officers in Gorham have explained alternative options to building homes on the running track land, either by reducing the number of homes delivered at Hengrove Park or by switching around the current outline plan to deliver the balance of homes somewhere else on the site. But as explained, there are significant costs associated with such fundamental changes to the approved development, and most crucially, these do not address the need to create a viable first phase. I'm going to hand over to Guy now, who's going to speak to the sports aspect of the paper.
Thanks, Louise. So I guess turning the matter of sports provision for South Bristol and the call to reinstate the running track as athletics provision, the report before you outlines that the Council's citywide model for provision is centred around Whitehall Athletics Track, which serves as the primary facility for organised athletics, club development and progression pathways, and reflects the recent council decision to fund major life cycle replacement costs here at this facility over the next 15 years. Now, decisions around athletics provision have been driven largely by the council's former sport and active recreation facility strategy, but also, of course, as you'd expect, engagement with the national governing bodies for sport and England athletics. The facility strategy is being reviewed later this year, but the 2018 to 2023 evidence base is still recognised as providing relevant insights into athletics provision for Bristol. The new built sport and active recreation facility will provide a comprehensive and up-to-date assessment of needs across the city, and of course will identify the requirement for any additional athletics provision for Bristol as a whole and indeed South Bristol. The approach to such provision for South Bristol is evolving, but this part of the city does benefit, we know, from a wide range of existing sports and physical activity provision, and that is set out in Appendix 6 of this report. I guess to finally note, the Council does indeed recognise the importance of exploring external funding opportunities in line with the Golden Motion request, including with national governing bodies, as we've alluded to earlier, such as Sport England and England Athletics. These discussions need to be evidence-led, which is why it's important, of course, to complete the new built sport and active recreation facility strategy. And discussions around reducing inactivity and inequalities continue to be ongoing with the likes of Sport England and other funders. So future options will be kept under review as certainly the new evidence base emerges, and that is a sort of an evolving picture and process for Bristol. Let's move down.
Okay, well, I'll open up for questions and comments. Councillor Classic.
Hiya, thank you. Can I just ask, have you, I know the campaigners for the Whitchurch Athletics track have put together a sort of business case for continuing to run the site, their vision as it's called. Have you had oversight of this document, and has that been considered as part of looking at alternatives for Hengrove Park?
So I don't mind starting this off. Certainly in respect of the business case that was put forwards, yes, we have reviewed it, and we've also met with the campaigners more recently to discuss the content of that. And certainly there's some ambitious proposals and concepts there, but I think it's probably fair to say it's at an early stage, but yet there's certainly been engagement.
Okay, thank you. And there's a lot of sort of mixed messaging, I think, around this scheme. There are quite a few sort of prominent voices who are just saying, just move the housing or just relook at the thing. Your paragraph briefly mentions on alternative options what a Section 37 planning application would be the mechanism, but could we have some more information on what that would actually look like and how viable that would be?
So yes, if there were to be a major review of the outline planning consent, that would have to come through a Section 73 planning application, which is a wholesale approach to saying we need to significantly amend the application that was consented, and that would go through the full approach of submission, new drawings, the full planning sort of like process behind it. It's a lengthy process, yeah.
And that you're saying that wouldn't be viable?
So the issue that we'd have with that is, you could say, well, we're going to revisit the whole of the outline, and we're going to look to see, could we move land around, could we deliver homes in another place? The issues there come with, it doesn't create a viable phase one, and this is where I might ask our Gorham colleagues to come in, because even if we did that and we said, fine, we'll keep the running track land for a recreation and sports facility, it doesn't address the challenges that Gorham and Vistry have with the viability of phase one. Do you want me to ask?
Yeah.
I'll have a go at answering. It's Stephen Baker from Gorham Homes. I think my note is behind Sarah. I think the observations we would have is that this is a very, very large area master plan that is conceived as a whole rather than in phases. So it's very, very difficult for us to ignore the running track phase or come back to it later or relocate parts of the master plan in a different sequence. So as Louise said, you'd need to really go back to first principles and start all over again and reimagine what the whole area would look like. Because when the design has been set out, it's set out with lots of provision for leisure activity across the 22 hectares of park that remains, but it concedes that the running track will go as part of that development and that will be relocated for housing. So our assessment would be that we've reached a partnership to develop out the land that's been allocated for housing as a whole. What we have done most recently is change the sequencing of when the running track area would be developed, but it has always been in our plans as Gorham to redevelop that area for housing. So there's very limited options available for us now at this late stage in the process, which I think we've already heard has been going on for many, many years now. So it's quite difficult for us to pivot so fundamentally to maintain the running track, put housing on that space, move a running track, remove the other sports provisions, alter the park, make that a closed area would be a very fundamental change to be doing at this late stage. Does that help?
Thank you. And final question. So if what you're saying is that this is a completely unviable, what can we do as local ward councillors, as a committee, as a wider council, to bring more athletics and more sporting provisions into South Bristol? Because I think a lot of the kind of anger behind this, I mean, from our point of view as ward councillors, my colleague Tim worked really hard on the local neighbourhood plan, which was developed a plan for Hengrove Park, which was then obviously not the one that made it. The previous administration decided to scrap that and bring forward another proposal in something that I don't think can be regarded as transparency and accountability and democratic decision-making process, but that was in the late teens, so I understand that's been, but now it's an area that's feeling very kind of put upon from that history, and what we want is to be able to bring those facilities into the local area. How can we best do that?
Yeah. It's a good question, certainly. And we're at quite an exciting stage as a place in Bristol here with regards to developing the strategic context for sport and physical activity over the next sort of 10, 15, 20 years. And I mean, just recently, a couple of weeks ago, we've taken through the new play and pitch strategy for Bristol, which will set the strategic direction with regards to playing pitches and ensuring that we have enough and suitable supply through to 2040. We're in the process at the moment of developing the new Active Bristol strategy, which will be the overarching strategy for sport and physical activity in Bristol, which is effectively, how do we get people moving more for the benefits of health, social cohesion, all sorts of community cohesion, etc. And then I think really, relevant to this particular question here now, we're right on the cusp of developing the new sport and active recreation facility strategy, a bit of a mouthful. And, there will be an opportunity indeed to engage throughout that process so that we can capture the views of key stakeholders, elected members, the community residents, to inform that process with regards to, that being brought through for approval probably in around about 12 months' time.
Thank you.
Can I just add something on this as well, which is the other part of the golden motion was about if we decided to retain it, just decided to go ahead with the master plan development. Another part of the golden motion was about finding another site. So I think, from my point of view, that if we move on to that stage, then I think we need to have South Bristol councillors involved from the beginning on that. And there's two aspects I think that need to be. One is we need to identify a potential new site or what could become a potential new site, alternate site. And two is funding, particularly how we get the funding for what the campaigners want, because there is quite a lot of active sport provision going into South Bristol at the moment. We have the Robbins Foundation and what they're providing at Fieldwood. We have new facilities for the rugby club in Artcliffe, which were moved from Hengrove Park, and we have some small-scale track and field potentially coming forward elsewhere in Hengrove. But I think the impression I get is, and it kind of goes back to Toby's statement, is what the campaigners want is a bit more than just athletics provision. So I think the two things we need to do as part of that task force is not just identify a potential site which is in that South Bristol area, or South Bristol as I would call it, but also how we make sure we secure the funding with written commitment to delivering that funding, not just to provide the facility in the first place, but to keep it going. And that includes how we make sure the site is well used, because remember, back in 2010, the original Richards Athletic site was decommissioned, and there were complaints about it not being accessible. And now we have the Whitehall facility, and people in South Bristol are saying that's not accessible to them. So we have to, I think there's a number of boxes we have to tick to bring forward to find out how we can bring something that more closely matches what the campaigners want, as well as what the council wants to do as well.
Thank you. I really appreciate that commitment, and it would be really good as one of the South Bristol councillors to be very involved with that from the beginning, definitely. Okay.
Kevin.
Thank you, Tony. Because I didn't declare an interest in the Robbins because it wasn't mentioned in the report, but now you've mentioned it. I'm chair of the Robbins Foundation, so I just needed, because you mentioned it, I think I better acknowledge that as an interest. And just to say, it, I mean, obviously there's a lot of investment in potentially for this area, and anything we do from a Robbins perspective will be to enhance sporting facilities, and that includes all raft of sporting facilities, I think. So I look forward really to the next phase of the work, essentially to underpin what is the art of the possible for Bristol South, and making sure that that the community gets something that actually is sort of more meaningful, I think, provision for the whole of the city, for the whole of the south of the city.
Okay, thank you, Kevin. And I'm just going to slightly correct you, South Worcester, not Worcester South, because I'm sure the MP for Worcester East will want you to remember that part of that South Worcester is in a constituency as well. Otherwise, Kerry may get Ellie to beat you up at some point. Any other comments or questions? Tom?
I should say that normally we resolve our differences in a more amicable manner. I just want to have that on the record. So there are a couple of things here that I just want to go back to that kind of point around accessibility, because it seems as though there's kind of two very different strands of argument that go on here, and they seem to me like they contradict a little bit. So one of the points is, for example, that we do not want Whitehall to be, I'll just quote the bit from page 32, the athletic provision at Whitehall needs to remain viable. New provision at Hengrove would further dilute use from south of the city. But then you have other points where it goes, sustained increases in physical activity are best achieved for accessible, locally embedded opportunities. There are points around how we want to spread out that athletics provision across the south of the city. And so those arguments seem rather in tension to me. It looks as though evidence is suggesting that more provision spread out across the south would be a good thing. So why are we worried about dilution?
I think it's a good question, thank you. I think what we've got there is a number of things going on. When we look at a 6-lane or an 8-lane athletics facility, we're talking about typically a strategic facility that serves the sort of progression pathways through to provide the opportunity ultimately for people to go on and sort of compete, at an elite level, I guess. But that is just part of the wider sort of physical activity ecosystem, and athletics certainly is a sport which is often experienced by many, by the majority firstly, through school and school curriculums, on playing fields, in sports hall athletics programs, or running around their local park run, or around measured mile routes. So what we're saying is that there's an opportunity for it all, but there are limited opportunities to have more than one, in many instances, of these strategic type facilities, because they cost a lot of money to run, much more so than delivering sports hall athletics or athletics on playing fields or park runs, etc. So a big facility, a competing facility, will indeed has the opportunity to dilute, but the supporting facilities, which are really important for the progression of people who want to sort of go through and sort of further experience athletics, is completely necessary at all levels really across communities.
Thank you for that, and that is helpful for clarity, because I think pointing out the new built sport and active recreation facility strategy, trying to say that quickly, I mean, that's a really good thing, but I think if someone was determined to be uncharitable, and I'm not, but I can see the argument being made here that we're getting rid of a major facility before we do the strategy on what facilities we're going to need. But from what I understand from what you've said, we have done assessments which indicate that with the evidence available, and that evidence is still relevant, that we simply aren't going to be able to sustain more than one facility. Yeah,
I mean, I think what you've got to remember is that the athletics track at Whitchurch was decommissioned for athletics in 2010, and therefore since then it hasn't ever been used in the city's calculation with regards to the supply alongside the sort of any demonstrable demand that there is for athletics. So we're not, I don't think we're getting ahead of ourselves with regards to what this new strategy is going to say. It's without preempting the outcome of the strategy, but having spent a lot of time engaging with governing bodies and things, certainly England athletics strategy is one where more so they are looking for these smaller type facilities to support the existing infrastructure. But I said, you know, it'd be remiss of us to get too far ahead of us. But, you know, I suspect, you know, something like that is likely to come through in the work coming forwards.
Just very quick one is, I think I will appreciate that as the Councillor for Avon, Lawrence Westham, as far from the south of the city as you can get while still being in Bristol. But my understanding is that we do need to look at the provision there quite robustly. I think some people have mentioned their experiences some time ago of using the track and what it's meant to the local community, and I worry that many people will not have opportunities that they should have to progress, whether that's in sports or just for their own sake of sports and athletics. And I know that we will look at this carefully, but I guess I just want to reiterate that the South still has its own deprivation that we need to work through in that respect.
Yeah, if I can just comment on that as well, as somebody who does live in South Worcester and is very proud of it. I think the other side of it as well is, yes, it's about providing the facilities and amenities that people in South Worcester live, but that also includes providing homes that people can afford to live in, which is a real shortage in South Worcester. And also, I'm constant that I don't have a time machine and I can't go back 10 years or so on, and we take some decisions that perhaps in hindsight and with newer information we might have taken a different approach to. I think we probably need to be a bit creative about what we're looking for to provide. Guy is absolutely right in terms of the approach of English athletics and so on, and I think we do have to accept we do need some external revenue support from bodies outside of the city in order to provide something that's ongoing. But it may well be that we may be able to provide something if the space available in South Worcester is limited. It may not need to be to the full scale that might otherwise be needed if we're able to provide a facility that also provides opportunities, not just for people to engage in active sport, but also some other types of provision to give those people who are on early stages that first step into what might become eventually the Olympics or the Commonwealth Games or whatever it may be. So I think there is, moving forward, we can spend a lot of time looking back at the past, I think, and I hope that all of us around this, in this committee room, will start to think about, okay, changes are happening, let's look forward about what we can provide and not spend so much time worrying about what's already been done in the past. The past is a different country, there's not much we can do about that. And I think we just need to think what's going to be best for South Worcester, but also other parts of the city moving forward. Ellie.
I just wanted to thank Guy and the public health team for the document that they did on the assessment of sport and physical activity provision. I think, whilst I think all of us probably have a sense of sadness over the athletics track, and we heard from some really passionate people who came to the full council a month or two ago. Particularly, I think what stood out was the young man who really accredited the track with getting him on the pathway towards professional athlete status. And those kind of aspirational stories, I think we love to hear and we want to see more of from South Bristol and indeed all of Bristol. But within that broader context, I just want to pull out a couple of the points that were made by, our public team focused. They do look at South Bristol so much, and I know that they do. It is constantly on their mind how to address the inequalities in health and physical activity deprivation that have been for generations there. And so I just really liked the point about looking at the barriers to access that kind of sport. An athletics track isn't necessarily accessible to everyone for cost reasons, for confidence reasons, and And so some of the other bits that have gone into that planning around improving the green space, looking at physical activity as something that we want to get into everybody's everyday lives as an entry point to that next stage of physical activity. I just really like the focus on that. And whilst I can appreciate the grief that's going on with the athletics track, that broader piece about population health and addressing some of those health disparities and how we get everyone into physical activity more on a daily basis is just, I thought it was really important. It was really nice to pull out those points in the report, so thank you.
I think we went out of comments or questions. Tom, I think you wanted to add a comment. So it's not really a motion, it's a motion to add a comment.
I mean, okay. Taking that point, though, the way in which the original decision was made on the same day as the Golden Motion does not, I feel, live up to this council and this administration's commitment to transparency and accountability. That is, I believe, in our constitution, in fact, that things should be made with a presumption towards that. We had people who came, Ellie has just mentioned someone who came and spoke incredibly passionately. We've had committed campaigners today who have stated how much this means to them. And it feels as though the way that was handled completely undercut that, completely undercut this council's commitment to democratic accountability. I appreciate the point raised that, you know, this has been going on for a long time, that we may be in far too deep to change course, but that to have that decision made on the same day as the Golden Motion, to have that decision made in advance of all those contributions from the public feels not only lacking in transparency, but deeply unfair on them. And I think we can and should do better as a council.
Okay, thank you, Tom. Before you move your motion to amend, comment, whatever it is, I do want to make a comment myself. I'm not going to oppose the comment you went through. I think we do have to set ourselves higher standards. It was not the intention for that decision to be, I don't know if it was made on the same day or if it was published on the same day. Originally, the motion debate that was held in March, originally your party brought forward a motion to have that same debate in January. You then withdrew it at late notice. If you had not withdrawn the motion, then that debate would have taken place plenty of time ahead of the deadlines for decision making. So I think all of us need to think about how we make decisions, what we do, not just in terms of, and you refer to it in your comment as being a behind the scenes or behind closed doors decision with no accountability. I mean, okay, if that's what you want to put, that's fine, but it was a delegated decision made under delegation powers that were approved by the previous administration. And in terms of accountability, the accountability is fully open. It was my decision. The delegated decision was delegated to me to make the decision. So if I take full accountability for making that decision, I apologise for the timing of it, but not for the decision itself, which I felt was the right decision. I still think it was the right decision.
So, fair enough. I will take that was your decision. I will say that you know full well that the process in January was not, I will be diplomatic, that there were other factors in that being withdrawn, and you fully well know that. I appreciate that that the intent certainly may not have been to thwart anyone, to undercut, as I say, people's contributions, but that is how it happened. And I appreciate your point that we want to achieve high standards. I appreciate your point as well that we need to potentially move on from past decisions. Fine, then let's try and do better. That's what this is about. We want to see that democratic accountability. You want to see it. I want to see it. Let's say that formally.
Do you want to bring your motion then?
So, proposing the motion to bring the statement forward.
Okay, has everybody read the comment statement because it came in quite late? Okay, do you have a... All right. Do we have a seconder for the... Councillor Blake seconded. Okay, all those in favour, please raise your hands. All those against, please raise your hands. All those abstaining, please raise your hands. So I think that's one abstention and everybody else in favour. Okay, any other comments or questions before we move on? Okay, in that case, can I ask the committee accept that report as noted? Even if that is noted, obviously one of the things that's in there is about looking at alternative sites. So I'll come back to the committee on what the next steps will be to pursuing the identification of alternate sites, and just as importantly, funding for those any alternate site. Thank you, officers, for your answers to questions. Okay, we'll now move on to agenda item number 8, which is the neighbourhood prevention model. I'd like to advise the committee. So we're going to do this agenda item, and then we're going to take a comfort break, because I can see a couple of people giving me the nod that they're getting towards that point. So agenda item 8 is neighbourhood prevention model. I'd like to advise the committee that this report seeks to inform the committee of the outputs of the initial phase of work to develop a one council prevention in neighbourhoods model, and to seek approval and funding of a business case for year 1 of a new council-wide transformation prevention programme. This is a key decision as it involves spend over 500,000 and it affects 2 or more wards. And I'd like to invite Heather Story. Sorry, Heather, I can see you behind Sarah then for the moment. Heather is the Director for Strategic Improvement and Collaboration, and I'll ask you to briefly outline the report. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, so this report speaks to our early work in designing the One Council approach that meets need at the earliest possible point and seeks to avoid escalation to statutory and specialist services by delivering our services in a joined-up way for citizens. We've so far undertaken some diagnostic work to develop this business case, and we're now seeking funding for year 1 of a new council-wide transformation programme. We've already shown our commitment to preventative work through the corporate strategy, and there's much excellent work already underway across and beyond this organisation, but it can be siloed, inconsistent and narrow at times. The business case focuses on what we can do to improve outcomes and life chances by addressing root causes and reducing escalation to crisis. And you've got in the appendix some of the proposed target outcomes that we would seek from this work. So improved life trajectories for residents, improved citizen experience, financial sustainability, less siloed working and demonstration of one council working, closer alignment with the public sector and voluntary community sector partners, improved staff morale, retention and productivity, reduced demand for council services, and avoiding cost pressures in adjacent services system-wide as well. You have some case studies in your pack. We've changed the names of the individuals, but these are real scenarios. And we think there is also potential secondary savings and cost avoidance supporting the long-term sustainability of the council, but this is not the primary driver for this work. We think that there is potential for £22 million savings over 5 years. That's pretty indicative, and you'll see from our report that we're looking to do some further work on that in 2027. The cost that we're proposing is £829,000 further spend of 1.26 million, and that's largely made up of investment in digital services, external supplier support and staff time. Really that speaks to our readiness to change at the moment and links critically to the Better, Faster, Cheaper programme, which I know you're going to hear about shortly. We need to build the cross-cutting foundations across the organisation, strengthen and connect our existing preventative offer and scale our delivery models that demonstrate the most impact. So that's what we're proposing primarily to do in the first year of this programme.
Thanks, Eva. Tom, and then Patrick.
So this is a really good piece of work. It's always great when we have something which both helps our communities, our citizens, and saves money. So I'm really glad to see this report. I think that there is definitely a need for a joined-up approach, and I definitely take the point in the equality impact assessment that the current system is reactive, high-cost, and inequitable, and unfortunately, I think we can do better here, so this would be fantastic. I did have just a couple of questions. So there was a bit noting on, where is it? It should, so it's part of page 66, of the report. Examples of what this could include are fewer people needing social care support, reduced level of care packages. It should also mean fewer people experiencing transfers or handoffs between different council services or different partner organisations, which is very welcome, but I wondered if we had any evidence around how that has worked in, say, other core cities, or if something similar has been implemented and what benefits that approach had elsewhere. Yeah, so there are lots of examples of local authorities that have done this kind of work already, particularly in core cities. I mean, Leeds is a really classic example that has done that work, but they've particularly focused on children as a start. They have looked to expand that further, but we know they've got really excellent evidence in Leeds whereby families have experienced fewer handoffs in potentially their journey in statutory children's social care, and they've had great feedback both from families but also from helping to de-escalate problems. I think we would be looking at that more from a whole household perspective. So we know that if families are coming into contact with our family hubs for early help, for example, they will often also be on the radar of housing services, they may be on the radar of debt management, and we would like to really join those things together so that those households can experience a really holistic offer. There are authorities trying to do that, but work's quite early. So I think the evidence is not yet very quantitative, but we're getting really good qualitative feedback. Okay,
Hold on a second, Tom. I think, Nick, did you want to come in?
It was just only to add to what Heather was saying. Councillor, if you wanted to look at an example closer to home, the Changing Futures programme in Bristol is an example of where adults and young people that experience multiple disadvantage have had support from a multi-agency partnership, and the team around me model is where we bring lots of different agencies together to address multiple problems, in this case often with young single homeless people experiencing multiple disadvantage. The outcomes have been really strong. What we're looking at here is how we can learn the lessons from a programme like that at a larger scale.
Yeah, that's, well, both very reassuring answers, so thank you for that. And yes, I think there's a lot we could draw from the Changing Futures programme, and so yeah, that's really positive. The only other one, it's just a small one, and I know that I make this point all the time, but on page 60, a key component of cross-cutting work will focus on improving our use of data, establishing shared data using data analytics. This will involve consideration of information governance requirements and associated data ethics. Who's maintaining the oversight of that in the multi-team, and who's watching the watchers on that one?
Well, certainly our internal information governance service. I mean, I don't think we've got far along enough to really have the full governance of the programme locked down. And at this point, we're not sharing any data, so there isn't a risk at this point. But we would use our internal existing services to do that, and we may need to beef them up. All
right, yeah, I think I would just gently reiterate, I appreciate we're still early in the day, but we need robust safeguarding in that respect. But fair enough, as long as that gets developed, we're all good.
Okay.
I don't know, Tim, if you wanted to add anything to that.
And just to say, the only thing I would add to that is that the council also has a digital data and technology board operating at a sort of a corporate leadership board level, which has an oversight responsibility for data as well. So there'll be an avenue there to oversee and support any programme with its usage.
Great.
And also just to add, there is also some work that we're involved in with, is at an international level, working with other European cities and some American cities about ensuring that there are, for GovTech in general, looking at standards being brought in so that to address some of those concerns that all cities have. Patrick.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, thank you very much for bringing this report. It's really good to see this prioritising of prevention. The financial impact has been astounding over the last few years of just really hammering home on that focus, to say nothing of the impact on the people who rely on our services. I think it's also interesting to note this does also support our corporate peer challenge goal of being more data-driven and breaking down silos as a council, and I think that will benefit the whole organisation. My main question is, how do we propose to track this programme's success? Because I know that with transformation programmes, it is really important to make sure that we're keeping it to its KPIs and we're not just putting a lot of money into a programme and not really have a good understanding of what qualifies as a success story.
Yeah, I completely agree. At present, because we're still in the kind of relatively early phases, we're mostly tracking deliverables and milestones as opposed to KPIs that would affect residents, because we're not yet at the delivery point of them. What we are doing is embedding much better KPI tracking of our existing preventative services. So, for example, in children and education, which, as you can hear, is my kind of the rest of my job, we've started to embed really strong KPIs across our family hubs, across our teams around schools work, to make sure that we can really track what benefit is being delivered in those arenas, and that will help us to assess what the most effective preventative programmes that we have already are. That's also the case in adults and housing. They're looking at really embedding much stronger data and tracking in all of their preventative services, so that we can include that in our analysis moving forward. As we develop a broader programme with really cross-cutting work, then we'll look to have cross-cutting KPIs and analysis as well.
Thank you very much.
Before I go to Kevin, just also a quick question for me, and we kind of had this conversation, is obviously what we're looking at is prevention, and one of the difficulties is how do you measure the impact of something that's not happened because you prevented it happening? So are you looking at different ways of measurement in order that we can get the value back from that, of knowing what we prevented from happening, or trying to work out? I mean, the example I'm thinking of is with the impact of poor air quality, for instance. So if you're measuring improvements in air quality, you can say the air quality has improved, but then how you calculate that in terms of the number of lives, number of years saved in somebody's lives because they're not breathing in poor air. So I don't know whether you had any thoughts about that.
Yeah, I think you've hit the nail on the head. We're trying to prove a counterfactual, which is really challenging. What we can do is baseline performance as it is now and measure against that, as well as measuring against some of our comparator cities, particularly the core cities as well. So we'll be looking to do that kind of through the establishment of the programme, and I think it will remain a key challenge for us. But yeah, there are things we can do.
Thanks, Heather. Kevin.
Thank you. I sit on adult social care, so I get the information around the target operating model changes and the work we've done to essentially change the way we're dealing with character assessments. So some of the examples you gave around character assessments, I just wanted to ensure that how we're differentiating between this set of programmes and the programmes that are already embedded within the organisation, to ensure that actually we're not double counting essentially outputs, as well as making sure that this sort of valuable, so we don't get much money to spend on ourselves, right? That this valuable money is being best used.
So far we've had a number of directorate-led reference groups. So we've had one for adult social care, children's and housing, as well as kind of cross-cutting groups as well, to see how they can come together. And one of the first stages was to look at what everyone is already doing, what preventative work they're already doing, partly so that we can learn from best practice that's already in place and see what we can push further, what we could improve, and partly so that we can avoid doing exactly that and double counting. And so we think we've done an okay job at that so far, to make sure that everything that we're including here, we wouldn't be double counting, but we'll have to keep watching that. We're going to continue those reference groups at least for the next 6 months, just to kind of keep checking ourselves on that work.
Any more questions or comments? Tom?
Sorry, just another very quick one. Noting that we're authorising the Chief Executive to enter into the relevant one-off and first-year costs and awarding contracts, I note that those won't be coming back to committee, which is fine, but I assume we'll be notified when those decisions are made, even if we're not signing them off.
My understanding, all decision notices are published, is that correct?
Yeah, just to confirm, anything that requires an officer's decision notice will have one. Yeah, but otherwise the decisions are made through the Corporate Transformation Board, which is the board that I chair.
Okay, any more questions or comments? Okay, in that case, I would like to move that the Committee for Strategy and Resources, 1, approve the One Council Prevention in Neighbourhoods programme business case and endorse its progression to the next stage of delivery in line with the programme approach, governance and controls as set out in the business case. 2, approve the total spend of up to £1.26 million for the next stage, which includes release of new funding of £892,000 as set out in the business case from the transformation reserve, the remainder being opportunity costs of assistant staff. 3, authorise the Chief Executive, in consultations with the Strategy and Resources Policy Committee Chair, to take all steps required, including entering into necessary agreements, incurring relevant one-off and first-year costs up to the value within the approved funding envelope and tolerances, and procuring and awarding any contracts above £500,000 to deliver the prevention programme without returning to committee for each decision, where those decisions remain within the scope, controls and funding approved through this business case. 4, note the programme's key links and dependencies with the other Tier 1 transformation programmes within the One Council Transformation Plan, in particular, better, faster, cheaper and organisation design programmes. Can I ask for a seconder for the...
Seconded.
Thank you, Sarah. Can I ask for all those votes in favour to show your hands? That's unanimous. Thank you. And thank you, Heather and Tim. Right, as promised, we'll now take a quick 5-minute break. So if we can be back by 15:07, I'll go on. Okay, welcome back, everybody. We now move on to agenda item 9, which is corporate payment solution to low-income households. This report seeks approval to procure and award a corporate payment solution of either vouchers and or cash to a value of up to £5 million per year for 3 years to assist the distribution of financial assistance to low-income households. This report is a key decision as it involves spend over £500,000 and impacts 2 or more wards. And I'd like to ask Graham Clapp, Head of Service, Revenues and Benefits, to briefly outline the report. Graham.
Thank you, Chair. So as you said, yes, this is a key decision to seek approval to procure and award a corporate payment solution, either vouchers and or cash, up to a maximum of £5 million a year for the next 3 years, because as I'll explain in a moment, the current procurement expires in October. So just a bit of evidence, the Council provides various services that award grants to low-income households in emergency need. So these include the likes of the Crisis Payment Scheme, which was previously known as Local Crisis Prevention Fund, homeless assistance, free school meal vouchers across school holidays which come out of Crisis Resilience Fund, previously Household Support Fund, and those to citizens with no recourse to public funds who are seeking asylum. Payments are currently awarded by way of supermarket vouchers. They can be used in all major supermarkets by choice by the citizen. There's been a real push, though, this year from central government to consider the option of cash. So we want to make sure that this award is future-proofed to at least have that option within it. Once we come back and get member approval, if that's the case. Council budgets in respect to these services are known in respect of Crisis Resilience Fund. So just for a bit of information, CRF was awarded on a 3-year basis. This is the first of 3 years, so we've got that known up until March of 2029, and the value is just over £21 million, so about 7.1 million per year. But other services don't have that sort of luxury of surety, so we need to make sure that this flexes this particular contract. So the request, therefore, is for a contract of up to £5 million a year. Historically, we've spent just around £4 million of each year on the free school meal pupil premium out of Household Support Fund, Crisis Resilience Fund to be. There is about £1,100,000 left from the 25-26, which we will come back and discuss at a future date. But there's the ballpark figure of how much we've been spending from vouchers in the past. And I would say on Crisis Fund, we probably spend about 400k. So that's one of the reasons why we've gone for the outlier of £5 million. That doesn't mean we will necessarily need the whole £5 million. It's also worth bearing in mind with regard to the free school meal vouchers, that the contract is one that we can roll the money back that isn't claimed. So if someone doesn't redeem the voucher, we don't lose the money, we can use it in future spend. So as I said, this existing contract expires in October. A new solution will need to be in place by then. So the officer recommendation is that the Committee for Strategy and Resources approves the spend and procurement of a contract to deliver a corporate payment solution to low-income households to fulfil the Council's need via a variety of services, and authorises the Executive Director of Resources in consultation with Councillor Dyer to take all steps required to procure and award a contract or contracts to provide emergency payment vouchers and an estimated value of up to £15 million from this October until September 2029.
Okay, thank you, Graham. Just one quick comment from me is it's under the recommendations. It said contractor. It references me by name. It should really be the Chair of Strategy and Resources. Not that I'm planning to step down at any point soon, but others may have different ideas at some point. Who knows? So if everybody's okay with us just making that change.
Yeah, okay.
With that, and open it up to questions. Tom.
It's just a small one. Noting the point that all payments made by BACS or cash has been rejected, I take the point that it's not suitable for all households, so it's probably a non-starter. But I note the associated administrative time and cost. How much more expensive or problematic would it be to pay out by cash as opposed to using the contract and another external provider?
I think it's quite difficult to tell exactly how much that would be. Certainly what I would say is that when we get to the next contract, because of the push for cash, we're certainly going to be factoring that in, so that may well be part of it.
Okay, it would just be useful for useful information, I think.
I'll find out.
I appreciate there are other practical considerations.
Yeah, I'll find out.
Any other questions or comments? Ellie?
Thanks, Graham. I was really pleased to attend a workshop, I guess, with Councillor Mack and yourself and other council officers and stakeholders across the city to sort of discuss how this is going to work for Bristol. It's really great to have that sort of certainty of 3-year funding so that we can kind of make that shift or begin to make that shift or have that thinking space and capacity to think about the shift from emergency crisis response to something a bit more with a long-term resilience planned for the future. So that's exciting, and I think it was a really productive meeting. As I did voice then and I'll voice today, I do have some reservations about moving to a cash-first approach if it isn't accompanied by those additional wraparound support. I think that there's a risk that on its own, cash-first can become another short-term response to food insecurity or energy insecurity or whatever the crisis that we're averting. It becomes another short-term response rather than addressing those underlying causes. That said, the issue is more complex. Cash-first approaches can play an important role in enabling households to rebalance their budgets and make choices that best meet their needs. And ideally, the outcome will be that people don't need to access those emergency support. But for that to be sustainable, cash-first interventions need to sit alongside that wider support that supports with housing or debt services or energy services, or water affordability, whatever it is that contributed to that financial crisis in the first place. And those models have been so successful in Bristol and really can also help connect those people to their place, address social isolation, meet people in their communities and really foster that sense of belonging in their communities. So I think the power of that holistic support package can't be underestimated. So I think it's nuanced. Like, whilst I support cash first in principle, I think it's only effective when it's delivered as part of that broader package. And I suppose with my food hat on, I'd like to say that I would love to see an offer of cooking and food skill support within that to improve people's knowledge, confidence and ability to cook well on a budget. And again, that helps feed into that longer term resilience. I think we've got some amazing examples like Square Food Foundation, Children's Kitchen and Red Catch Community Garden, Hillfields Community Garden in my ward, that do these models and really shown how it's got people engaged in their local areas and feeding into those other support services. So I support it, but not in isolation. It has to be a holistic package. So, and I believe the government's guidelines around that do allow for a degree of flexibility and local design that I think we could really pioneer and continue to use these brilliant community assets that we have in these brilliant place-based organisations dotted around the city to kind of roll out a holistic support package.
So
Thanks.
a couple of observations. Firstly, I think you're right. I mean, I know we've spoken to Hull because I think Hull are also a little bit reticent about some sort of nuclear cash-first option. So I think there's got to be guardrails. So I think that's absolutely the case. I mean, we've got, as I said, around 1.1 million left of this year's 7.1. So we've got some thinking to do at some point relatively soon as to what we do with that, because what has been the default in the past has always been free school meals. You know, so it's been voucher. So it's whether we decide to make the well, you make the decision, I advise, with regard to how we spend that money. So that could be a sort of tester for how we look at empowerment of communities rather than just making those decisions. But that's possibly for the future. And certainly in 26, 27, when we've got broadly the same amount of money, I think maybe that's the real opportunity to look at how we invest that money to move away from immediate alleviation into sort of medium-term solution.
Thanks, Graham. Ali, did you want to come in?
So I was just going to ask, is there a way for us, so over this 3-year programme, have we got a touch point that we can maybe have a report that comes back here annually or a briefing so that we can kind of discuss how it's going? Because you're designing something new, you're trying something new, and there'll be lessons to learn, and I'm sure me and Councillor Mack and hopefully some others will be interested in sort of hearing how it's going.
Well, I would assume that it would anyway. I mean, we've got the decision to make about the million or so that's left, and that would clearly have to come through this level of decision, impact on wards. So that's really sort of this year, which we've largely used. I think the opportunity is what we do at the start of the next year, as to look strategically at a year where we've got the full funding. If we decided, I'm not saying we did, but if we decided to move away from the default free school meal option, bear in mind that that's sort of 60% of the money immediately gone. And I know that's hard, and it may be we go for a halfway house, then that's how I would say that we would start the process that you're describing, which is what are we going to try to do and when are we going to evaluate that? And I think we would absolutely want to come back because we will be doing something completely different. And as a result of that, evaluating it rather than just saying, well, that's fine.
I guess my comment would be if we're looking at moving away from free school meals, that we probably need to include children's and young people services in that somewhere, because I know there's, in the past, we have used quite a bit of the funding for providing support for children on free school meals during the summer holidays. So I think as we move forward on that, and we look how, because I think you said the DWP were moving away from free school.
Yeah, they're giving us a steer without telling us. But what I would say is this, we don't have to go 0%, 100%. We could decide, for argument's sake, to fund the major holidays. We could decide we would still have a scheme that it was done by application. I mean, I know there are issues with regard to application, because how do you reach the people who don't know? So we don't have to go for it was 4 million, and in 26, 27, it's 0.
Yeah, I think gradual approach to be used for it, but yeah, I think it's a good idea about making sure we keep that conversation going so that we can both monitor how it's working and also look at what the options may be moving forward, because who knows, there may be further options going forward quite shortly with a new Prime Minister coming in. You may have different ideas about how to do some of these things as well. Any more questions or comments? Okay, in that case, I'd like to I'd like to move the Committee for Strategy and Resources to 1, approve the spend and procurement of a contract to deliver a corporate payment solution to low-income households to fulfil the Council's need via a variety of services, and 2, authorise the Executive Director of Resources in consultation with the Chair of Strategy and Resources to take all steps required to procure and award a contract or contracts to provide emergency payment vouchers at an estimated value of up to £15 million from October 2026 to September 2029. Can I ask for a seconder?
Seconded.
Thank you, Sarah. All those in favour, please show your hands. And that's unanimous. Thank you, Graham. Okay, we now move on to agenda item number 10, which is procurement of a supplier of agency and interim workers. I'd like to advise the committee that this report seeks approval to procure a contract for the supply of agency and interim workers and to authorise the Executive Director of Resources in consultation with the Chair of Strategy and Resources Committee to make the contract award. This is a key decision because it involves a spend of over £500,000. And I'd like to invite Steph Griffin, Director of Workforce and Change, to briefly outline the report. Steph.
Thank you, Chair, and good afternoon, members. I'm joined today by James Brereton, our Head of HR, for this item. So the current contract for the supply of agency and interim workers expires next year, and so this report is seeking approval to procure a new contract for this service. Agency and interim workers provide the council with flexibility for its workforce and can be very valuable for short placements. For example, whilst permanent recruitment takes place, to provide cover for peak in service demand, or to provide specialist skills for a specific piece of work. We had 340 agency workers last year, and that's in the context of a wider workforce headcount of around 7,200. A lot of our agency workers are throughout the organisation, but a lot of the roles are in areas such as customer advisors, business support and admin roles, or to undertake projects. Some of our agency workers do go on to secure a permanent role with the council, which makes it a good entry route for employment. And over the last year, we've been supporting managers to do this, which has resulted in bringing down the costs for the council and long-term reliance on agency workers. Through this contract last year, we saved £2 million or spent £2 million less, and there were 250 less agency workers. Despite this, though, we do still have a need for agency and interim workers, and so this procurement is to cover a period of up to 5 years and sets a maximum limit for spend over that period, although the actual spend will vary depending on the demand from services. The limit for the ask today has been calculated by applying an anticipated pay inflation over that period, but we will continue to focus on reducing our reliance on agency workers and creating sustainable staffing structures and having the right resources in the right place. But this value against this contract will give us the headroom should we need it. Spend against this contract will be incurred by the services using the contract themselves, will be met from existing service budgets, so it's not presenting a new cost pressure for the council. Thank you.
Thanks, Steph. Any comments or questions? John.
Thanks, Chair. It's just a quick one, actually, Steph. Some of these placement companies, agency companies, if an agency worker becomes full-time, there's a large, hefty payment to them. Is that the case with this one?
So in relation of them getting a permanent contract with us after, so I understand after a particular period of time, there is no such charge. James might want to come in with more detail.
No further detail, Chair. But just to say, I think it's after 12 weeks, there is no finder's fee payable, which is the advantage of such an arrangement.
That's very good news to hear. Thank you.
Kevin, and then David.
Having spent many of my 18 years working for BT as a contracting to other organisations, I think one of the most important things that we have to do is ensure the right resource brought in for the right job and ensuring that we get the benefit of their knowledge back into the organisation rather than the other way around. I think that's really key in these types of contracts moving forward, so hopefully that's a key part of that. The second thing, I know we can't mandate what audit does in the future, but this for me seems like an area would to ensure we get real value out of it. That's something that audit may want to look at sometime in the future, you know. I'm not talking about immediately, but to ensure that we're getting really good value out of this contract. I'm absolutely can see that we are aiming, that's the plan of it and all the rest of it. This is quite a lot of money being spent, and we need to make sure there's best value in that space.
Okay, thank you. And David.
Thank you, Chair. I wonder if I could ask Steph if there is any different justification methods that we would have to use for employing agency workers that would receive a salary in the top 25% of the salary range within Bristol City Council to make sure that we're not overpaying for agency workers, please.
So we have an approval process for all vacancies. Any that are in the higher levels require approval from the Chief Executive for a particular sort of daily rate. And obviously any roles that are in the sort of Chief Officer remit, so directors and above, they have a selection process that involves members in any event.
That's good to hear that the decision comes from the top. Thank you.
Any more questions or comments? Okay, in that case, I would like to request that the Committee for Strategy and Resources, 1, approves the procurement of a provider for agency and interim workers. 2, authorises the Executive Director of Resources, in consultation with the Chair of the Strategy and Resources Committee, to take all steps required to procure and award the agency interim worker contract for up to 5 years, in line with compliant procurement routes and maximum contract value as outlined in this report. 3, authorises the Executive Director of Resources, in consultation with the Chair of Strategy and Resources Committee, to invoke any subsequent extensions, variations specifically defined in the contract being awarded, up to the maximum contract value outlined in this report. Can I ask for a seconder?
Seconded.
Thank you, Sarah. All those in favour, please raise your hands. That's unanimous. Thank you. Thanks, Steph. Thanks, James. We'll now move on to agenda item number 11. So, agenda item number 11 is Better, Faster, Cheaper Transformation Programme, which was referenced in an earlier report, and it's the outline business case. So I'd like to advise the committee that this report seeks approval and funding of a business case for the next stage of a new council-wide transformation programme called Better, Faster, Cheaper. And please, nobody go off doing a Daft Punk song at this point. This is a Tier 1 cross-cutting transformation initiative within the One Council Transformation Plan, and it is a key decision because it involves spend of over £500,000. And I'd like to invite Tim Borrett, Director of Policy, Strategy and Digital, to briefly outline the report, whilst expecting everybody to acknowledge the fact that I'm over 16. I know what Daft Punk songs are. Over to you, Tim.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, this is very much both the Ronseal and the Marmite of council programme names we're finding as we work through the process. So this is a response to the Council's One Council Transformation Plan, which this committee approved last November, which set out objectives for the Council to transform how it engaged with citizens and communities, to deliver a new citizen experience, to modernise how we work, to redesign our services to be fit for the future, to strengthen and support our workforce, and to reduce our overall operating costs. So working alongside other cross-cutting council transformation programmes in prevention and organisation design, we aim to do just that. Within this programme, we obviously have a digital focus, albeit I would describe this as much a cultural and improvement programme as a digital one. So you can see in our ambitions that we want citizens to be able to access good quality services and meet their needs as early, simply and smoothly as possible. That we want to develop a stronger customer-focused culture in the council and reduce silo working. That we want our colleagues to be able to spend their time making a real difference, not serving sort of internal difficult processes. We want to improve how decisions are made, both the pace and accuracy and the confidence in our decisions in the council, alongside some of the more IT-focused things around the reliability of our IT systems and the way we manage them, and building a new business as usual for the council in how we think about and design our services. We have had a good track record in recent years of addressing a lot of technical debt in the council. We have been undertaking programmes to move to the cloud, to improve our security, to replace our core network. That's all been really important enabling work, but we now need to move on to the sort of citizen and colleague-facing digital services. At the moment, those often rely on local efforts by services, often involving consultants or agency. And whilst we have absolutely seen some examples of good practice, what we'd like to do is build the overall capability to do that kind of work within the council. We think that will offer better value and more productivity in the longer term than needing to commission work such as advanced data analytics or process automation, where currently we tend to need to look outside of the council. In its early stage, we expect this to be a programme predicated on an investment in improvement. You'll see in the paper that we have identified some early financial savings between £750,000 and £1 million. But we're also very mindful that we're establishing a whole new capability and new platforms here. And so in the first instance, we'll be looking to invest in service quality, in releasing productivity amongst staff, in a new data platform to replace some aging infrastructure there, in a new approach to how we tackle integrations, which is how different IT systems talk to each other, in improving and updating our intranet and our websites, in building skills and capability across the council in the way we manage digital, and to get a better, firmer handle on how we manage our digital systems. In terms of that cost, this detail doesn't flow through in the paper, so just to unpick the overall ask. Around 1.6 million is focusing on what we call truly new costs of establishing roles and structures the council doesn't have in its digital services to date to help be able to do this work. Around £1 million is looking at external costs, so things like running costs for platforms, licenses, training, and some partner support to help us along the journey. And then finally, the final £1 million in that is broadly internal recharges, which I know we've discussed in this committee before, where internal teams have income targets and charge us to do transformation-style work. So that's how that overall figure breaks down and why it's perhaps a higher figure than we might see if we had finished moving away from internal recharging, for example. Within the paper, you'll also see some reference to AI. We promised to bring this committee the results of a trial for AI, and we will be looking at our next steps within this programme. I think important to say from our perspective that we're seeing this as sort of part of our obligation to explore AI for best value. It's not an ideological commitment. We don't want to embark on a large AI programme, for example, in the way that some organisations are. We're viewing it as a helpful tool for some of the things we may come across in the work we need to do, but maintain a level of healthy scepticism. I will also just highlight that we've undertaken an environmental impact assessment, which is attached to these papers, and does clearly set out that there is a clear environmental impact that we can't fully mitigate. So we'll continue to be very mindful of that, but given this committee's interest, we just wanted to highlight that with you today. I'll just pass on to Polly Thompson and to Doug Clark, the programme manager, very briefly. Polly, just to say a little bit about some of the actual work that will be the initial focus, and then Doug will just cover a little bit about the governance and management of the programme.
Thanks, Tim. So, yeah, the potential scope of this ambition is huge across the council. So at this outline business case stage, we're focusing on some high volume, high impact areas. So in terms of citizen-facing services, council tax and adult social care front door, as well as drafting education, health and care plans. And internally, we're looking at recruitment and procurement processes, which use a lot of colleague time at the moment. So the really essential element of the approach of this programme is designing services around the needs of the users of those services, so around citizens' needs especially. So that involves working with a cross-section of citizens to understand their experiences and the context in which they're interacting with us, and what that tells us about what their needs are of the service. And the kind of problems we'd expect to find are things like services not being joined up in the way that citizens might reasonably expect them to be. So, for example, if you move house, you have to tell council tax that you've moved house. You also have to tell the council tax reduction service that you've moved house, and that's, you know. And similarly, sometimes content on the website or in the letters that we send to citizens can be unclear or confusing, difficult to understand, which creates anxiety for citizens and results in demand to us when people phone for clarification. And sometimes citizens will have a very different experience depending on the route they take into a service, which is, again, confusing and wasteful. And then the other key part of the approach is to work across all the components that make up the service. So all the people, technology, processes that make up the end-to-end service, and really understand how it all fits together. And that enables us to understand how to increase efficiency and improve the customer experience. And we can test potential approaches and then implement and scale what works. So the overall goal is that services are better, faster and cheaper. The clue is in the name. Yeah, thanks.
Thanks, Bonnie. Good afternoon, everyone. The Council's traditionally delivered many projects using a more linear approach, where end solutions defined from the outset and delivered as a single final outcome. Some projects within this programme will continue to follow that model, particularly where requirements and end results are already clear, such as the integrations project. However, this programme's core projects, such as citizens' access, smart services, and making it easier, will take a more iterative approach. This means developing and testing improvements in stages, learning from feedback and evidence as we go, and then building upon what works. So we'll be using agile methods for delivery, including the implementation of dedicated multidisciplinary teams, alongside a test, learn, grow approach to ensure solutions are shaped by real user needs and deliver measurable benefits. And in practice, that means that we'll start with evidence, not assumptions. We'll try small changes where possible. We measure what happened, learn and adapt, and then scale what worked and what does not work. This allows control and accountability while allowing the programme to remain flexible where long-term plans are still emerging, especially useful in collaboration with other programmes, including neighbourhood prevention and organisation design. Where evidence suggests that an approach is not achieving its intended outcomes, we'll be able to stop, change direction, or redesign our approach before further time and investment is made. In terms of oversight, all projects are accountable to the programme board, which are then in turn accountable and report monthly to the Corporate Transformation Board chaired by our Chief Executive. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I've got Patrick and then Tom.
Thank you all very much indeed. I'm going to sound like a bit of a broken record from the previous transformation programme we've discussed. Strongly support all these aims. I think no one's going to disagree with doing things better, faster and cheaper. And again, there's really good, strong alignment with our corporate peer challenge goals, which I think is to be applauded. As before, I do want to just quickly ask, how are we planning to measure this? I know that the report lists several statistics on things we've noted aren't going well, so I'm assuming we'll be measuring those statistics and how they change moving forwards. But if you could go into a bit more detail on what KPIs we're going to be using for this and how we're going to know whether this has succeeded or not, because as we've noted, it's hard to tell the impact of something that isn't happening.
Yes, thank you. We do have a set of benefits that we are working to. They're set out just from page 10 of Appendix H. So these look at things like people's confidence and satisfaction in their experiences with the council. It looks at the time we spend processing different pieces of work, the amount we spend on surplus digital systems, the increase in functionality of systems, reduction in things like data errors, the amount of time we spend making decisions. What's slightly different in this programme, because of the nature of working with different specific services, is of course that the baseline for those and what good improvement looks like will be different for each service we work with. So what you'll see here is a sort of bringing to life some of those key headings, and then in each case where we work with a service, we'll need to establish a baseline and then follow that through on its journey. The other factor for us, which has been picked up in our benefits realisation strategy, is that a lot of what we're doing by its nature is enabling and cross-cutting, and particularly with financial benefits, we don't want to introduce too much risk of double counting. So if there's another big transformation programme, so in prevention, the work that they may want to do on data and data analytics, we need to be really careful that we're only going to count the benefit of doing something once. So we introduce sort of what we've called a collision check on benefits with other programmes before anything's allowed to come in and be counted here. But we will be trying as best we can to sort of follow the progression of the work we do through to benefit. That may become difficult to measure in times, so we'll do a lot around freeing up staff time and increasing productivity. I was having a discussion with someone today who said, you know, I want some of my colleagues working as housing officers to be out doing that, not doing administration. But how do we then capture the result of freeing up that time and what then leads from there? So those are some of the challenges we'll continue to grapple with as we set out some of the KPIs for this.
Thank you very much. I think from what you were saying there, it all sounds very positive. I think we need to be very careful to make sure that we're properly integrating services and we're not just adding in an extra layer of communication on the top, which could lead to more bureaucracy and more delays. We need to have these lines of communication properly integrated. I do have a few more questions, if that's all right, Chair, please. Or a quick comment, actually. I think from the report and what you've been saying, there's quite good evidence here that we need to improve training for frontline officers on how to use the intranet properly, the suite of data that we have available on the city. I'm sure plenty more depending on which frontline service people work in. I know as councillors, a lot of us will routinely find new things that we didn't know were available. And I think there's no sense in us spending money in producing things like all the pinpoint layers or the Power by Labs and things like that if the people who need to use them on the front line don't have the training or awareness to use them. So I hope that we'll be able to improve that training and implement that so that people are able to access that. Regarding the AI use, it's good to hear that we've got an attitude of healthy skepticism on that. I'm conscious that especially as AI becomes more and more prevalent, we do need to make sure that we retain our ability as an organisation to function well without AI. We don't know what's going to happen with the AI market. There's a sort of European shift at the moment to try and move away from dependence on American models. Can I just ask what the plans are to make sure that we don't end up dependent on AI as it becomes more and more widely rolled out? Because I'm very conscious that even if the council isn't pushing AI as hard as it maybe could be or as hard as other organisations are, a lot of council employees will still be using it maybe more than the council guidelines should say they should be.
Yeah, I think there are a few kind of strands of approach on that. I think one is that we need to stay aware of the risk of unintended consequences, including being over-dependent. And we are establishing a group to track that and kind of feed back into the organisation about how we to plan to mitigate some of the risks that we identify. It's hard to go into. It's very early stages, so don't have any specific detail to go into, and also the unintended consequences are quite wide. So, but that's something that we're extremely aware of and planning for.
What I'll just quickly say is, just to reassure you and maybe other committee members, is that Polly is very much an agnostic when it comes to AI. I think it's fair enough to describe as that. So, see, we'll be making sure that we are careful in our use of AI.
Sorry, can I just Dad quite rightly reminded me that we do have an acceptable use policy that's been approved. I think it's also been published. And some mandatory training is going to be put in place for colleagues so that everybody's got that. So in terms of people making more use of it than we think they should, we are doing what we can to mitigate that risk.
Thank you very much. Final points, if that's right. I'm conscious that the council, like most organisations, unfortunately, private and public in this country, doesn't have the best history for large IT programmes and rollouts, and that's not to apportion blame. That seems to be a systemic issue within this country. But how will we be ensuring that we control costs and timelines and learn lessons from previous experiences, both here and in other organisations?
Yes, thank you. It's a common challenge, as you say. We have got a log of all lessons learned from previous projects, which has already informed the business case to a degree. The benefit of having colleagues like Doug is they very much keep that alive in our minds and provide a level of inbuilt challenge to the board if they can see us sort of potentially repeating any past mistakes. I think a key difference here is the use of the agile methodology. So the council's projects typically have used what's called waterfall, which is where you sort of plan it all up in advance, build it all, and eventually go big bang launch. and then you find the problems. Agile tends to work in a slightly different way. It focuses on trying to deliver minimum value as quickly as possible, so doing smaller piece of work in sort of quite time-limited sprints, sometimes a week or two, to build something, test it, bring it to life, and then iterate it from what you learn. So it means by its very nature there will be review processes built into each of those cycles, and that we won't be doing lots and lots of big work first before we discover any issues. So it's sometimes misconstrued as a project methodology that's got slightly less governance. It's actually got an awful lot more. It's just that the governance works at a very operational level with the people who are doing the work as well as at the board level. I don't know, Doug, if you'd want to add to that. But
okay, thank you. Did you want to come in then, Doug? No. Tom.
So Patrick has covered a number of things, but I'm not going to let that stop me from making dreadful Daft Punk puns. So we'll proceed on. I mean, I think it is quite worrying to see some of the evidence being put here. We knew that there were problems with accessing forms, but the abandon rate at 78% and the description as fragmented, slow to change, and difficult to navigate, I think does unfortunately add up to a lot of what our residents come to us with. They feel that they get lucky to be heard at all, and they can go around the world rather than get the result they want from council services. So I think there's definitely room for improvement, and I think investments could really pay dividends here. So I'm all in favour of it. Patrick has already raised some of the points around measuring and of tracking our progress, so I won't reiterate that, but I will reiterate the point around AI, in that a lot of the costs associated with AI do not necessarily fall within the organisation, but are externalities. We've talked a bit in the paper around the environmental impacts, but there are also social and professional impacts of which I think we ought to be aware, particularly, and I appreciate the appropriate use and that we're using AI to support our staff rather than replace them. But it is certainly looking to be a problem for people who are looking for entry-level work elsewhere, and I think we do need to be mindful of that as an employer and the impact it might have. So just something to bear in mind. I'm sure we will, but mindful of the externalities.
I've got David next, and then did you have your hand up, Ellie? Yeah, David and then Ellie.
Thank you, Chair. One of my biggest gripes about using any public sector IT-based system is the number of accounts that I need to actually do stuff. What steps are you taking to actually make sure that I have one account for me to act as a resident of Bristol and one account for me to act as a councillor for Bristol, please?
Yeah, we're extremely aware that the number of accounts is a problem for citizens. I think we are, all I can promise at the moment is that we are going to investigate that and understand what we can do about it, but that's definitely in scope of what we want to improve. Absolutely. Make it easier for citizens to manage their access to us. And I think there's an argument also about whether you always need to have an account in order to interact with us. I think we sometimes impose a login where perhaps it doesn't add all that much value. So that's another element as well.
Okay, thank you, David. I think you both have to try harder and stronger on your Daft Punk jokes. Helly.
Thank you. So I agree with the points that David, Patrick and Tom have made. I think that's kind of, I totally agree with that. And I just wanted to sort of talk about some of the digitally excluded people that we've got as well. I know that's a point that on any given report that someone on this panel always tries to kind of make these points about some of the more vulnerable residents that we've got in our wards and how to improve their user interface with the council whilst we still kind of move on to embracing more digital ones. Me and Kelvin had a 94-year-old man come to our surgery at the weekend who was really struggling just to get a replacement recycling bin, and it was just, you know, to the point where he was fatigued and frustrated by a process that should be quite straightforward. So, and I guess as we go into some of these new technologies and embrace them some more, there's other vulnerable groups that we've got, people with learning disabilities, difficulties, neurodiverse people, and how they interact with these in a way that makes it not something that's so frustrating that they turn off, or get overwhelmed by it, but how they can, you know, how it works for them as well. So it'd be quite interesting to know if you're going to consult with those kind of groups and organisations who represent those groups, so that we make sure that we get it right in the design of those services. And then I guess just something on the AI bit that I think Patrick touched on, but I guess every council here must be going through this process where we're all getting these AI-generated emails from our constituents, which are very comprehensive, very long, and what perhaps may have been a couple of years ago, just I've got a simple issue with my home, is now a list of a ream of stuff. That's become both something then you've got to wade through and pick out the important bits, and then talk to the council staff and officers about how to deal with that, and then they will sometimes also generate an AI response to you. That is, again, very comprehensive and very long, and so you're in this kind of administrative thing where you're trying to just find the simple thing and the simple solution, and how do we find like the most efficient way of dealing with that problem. And AI has obviously supported the resident and the officer, and perhaps us as well when we generate our responses. But it also can quite often be an overwhelming and and unnecessarily long process when the thing that we wanted to try and fix or do is perhaps simpler and shorter. So I don't know what the solution to that is, and it's surely not your guys' jobs to find that solution. I think it's something that as a society we're having an issue with, but and I'm sure every councillor is having that problem with their own ward and constituents and officers. But yeah, it is becoming an increase in workload, I think, is the ultimate end result of it all, is that we all have a lot more to get through. And yeah, so those efficiencies, I think, are well sought through AI, but it's finding that balance between when AI is a support, but also adding to the administrative burden, as Patrick pointed out as well. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor. Just to your first point, I think we absolutely see the importance of addressing digital exclusion and making sure that what we're doing is inclusive. So we will come at this typically with the approach of let's design services good enough that people want to use them, and which can deal with a lot of the transactional throughput of services and free up officer time to work with people who need more assistance or attention. So we've done that, for example, in our call centre. We're dealing with some of the very straightforward things with an automated system, and we are seeing increased advisor time now being able to be spent with people either with more complex cases or with different needs. So there'll be no intention from our part to be relying entirely on digital services or to be moving things into a digital-only space. We've got really good information at our fingertips around things like people's digital exclusion within at ward level. So we'll be using that to inform some of what we look at in terms of where we engage with users and which people we pull into focus groups. Certainly when we talk about designing our services around people's needs, that's not a statement about digital, that's a statement about our services. And so absolutely that user research will absolutely be working with people using both the digital and non-digital equivalents. Polly, you may want to say a couple more words on that. In terms of AI, we hear you. Real risk of machine talking to machine. Obviously, within our own policy, we set out criteria for officers around ensuring that we keep the human in the loop, that we keep a good overview of what's coming back from the council. So I'd like to hope that the council officers may use AI as a productivity tool to help decode some of those cases, but we'd very much want them applying their own professional judgment in what comes back to yourself or to our citizens.
Okay. Yeah, sorry, Polly. Yeah,
sorry, thank you. Yeah, I was just going to say, in terms of accessibility, we our user research, we will be doing user research with a representative groups of citizens, so including all kinds of disabled citizens and people with a range of digitally excluded for a range of reasons, and we're doing a lot of work to identify how to find people who don't currently engage with us, because obviously that's a kind of a key group. And I think I'm right in saying, I'm going to look at Riz, that one of our organisational design principles is that there will be a speaking to a person option for any given service. So we're not planning to remove to go digital only on anything. And yes, the machine speaking to machine is indeed one of the unintended consequences. And I wonder, and obviously members are also users of our digital services and our services, you know, more broadly, and how we make sure we design how we work with you so that it meets your needs, so that, you know, that the cost of that risk isn't entirely landing on you is going to be part of the challenge for us. Yes.
Okay, I think just one thing I'll add as well is that, and no, you're absolutely right to talk about digital exclusion, but I think there's also another type of exclusion. There is a large proportion of our population who invariably don't engage with the council and don't respond to consultations and so on. So I think the other part of this as well is how we can use digital to be more inclusive as well. Younger populations in particular won't necessarily go along to a event where they're asked to respond to proposals for development and award, but might be willing to engage in something that was more interactive and online. So I think there's an element of being very aware of the fact that not only do we have large proportions of the population that don't like using digital interaction and want to have a different approach, but at the same time there are other parts of the population who are used to doing that way, and we need to find a way to be more proactive in including them so that we get their voices heard as well. Any more comments or questions before I move on? Okay, in that case, I would like to ask the Committee for Strategy and Resources to 1, approve the Better, Faster, Cheaper programme outline business case and endorse its progression to the next stage of delivery in line with the programme approach, governance and controls as set out in the business case. 2, approve the funding envelope of £4 million for the next stage, which includes release of new funding of £3.762 million as set out in the business case from the Transformation Reserve. And 3, authorises the Director, Policy, Strategy and Digital, in consultation with the Council's Section 151 officer and the Strategy and Resources Policy Committee Chair, to take all steps required, including entering into necessary agreements, incurring relevant one-off and first-year costs up to the value within the approved funding envelope and tolerances, and procuring and awarding any contracts, including above key decision threshold, to deliver the Better, Faster, Cheaper programme without returning to committee for each decision where those decision remains within the scope, controls and funding approved for the business case. And whoever made such a long single recommendation, I would like to have words with you afterwards. Can I ask for a seconder, please?
Seconded.
Thank you. All those in favour, please show your hands. That's approved unanimously. Thank you. Thank you, team. We'll now move on to agenda item 12, translation and interpreting services, corporate framework procurement. I'd like to advise the committee that this report seeks approval from the Strategy and Resources Committee to procure and establish a new corporate translation and interpreting service, TIS, framework for a term of up to 4 years with a maximum total contract value of £2.4 million or £600,000 per year. This is a key decision because it involves a spend of over £500,000, and I would like to invite Wisvan Tariq, Head of Citizen Services, to briefly outline the report. Wisvan.
Thank you, Chair. So as you've said, we're asking for approval to procure and establish a new corporate translation interpreting service framework for up to 4 years with a maximum contract value of £2.4 million. The current framework expires on 23rd of October this year and cannot be extended, so we must put a compliant replacement in place. Without this, the Council would not have a lawful route to procure language services, which presents legal, operational and equalities risks. Translation interpreting services are critical to delivering accessible services, particularly in a linguistically diverse city like Bristol, and supports our duties under the Equalities Act. They are also used to support British Sign Language users and residents with other communication needs. In terms of a bit of context and a bit of overview of current demand, so currently we operate a hybrid model. with an in-house service supported by external framework where needed. So as a first point of call, we draw on a pool of in-house casual interpreters and translators covering over 50 languages. Where internal capacity cannot meet that demand, for example, for rare languages, high volume of periods or specialist requests, we then call upon the external providers through the corporate contract. The hybrid model has been in place since 2022 and provides a consistent, quality-assured and cost-effective approach to meeting language needs across the organisation. Demand has increased in recent years, with annual spend now typically in the region of between 500 and 600,000. This reflects both growing demand and improved awareness across services as we embed more inclusive service delivery and respond to the needs of Bristol's diverse communities. A corporate framework provides a compliant, consistent and value-for-money approach with proper quality assurance, safeguarding and performance management. Prior to the introduction of the corporate framework, services were using many different suppliers with no consistent quality assurance, DBS requirements or performance management. The framework has helped address those risks by providing a controlled and compliant route to market. Without it, we would risk reverting to fragmented, ad hoc commissioning and reintroduce some of those risks. It's important to mention the proposed contract value includes headroom for demand, inflation and complexity and operates on a zero commitment basis. And what that basically means that we only pay for what we use. The Council will continue to explore the appropriate use of technology-enabled solutions such as machine translations where suitable and appropriate. Any use of technology will be supported by appropriate quality assurance and safeguarding arrangements. This process supports the Council's priorities to make services easy to access and tackle inequality. It ensures residents can access services safely and fairly, regardless of language or communication needs, and supports wider outcomes such as health, well-being and safeguarding. In summary, this is about ensuring we have a compliant, sustainable and effective approach to language services with the right governance and value for money and continuity in place. Thank you.
Sorry, thank you, Rizwan. Any comments or questions? John?
Thanks, Chair. It's sort of a comment, but also a question, I guess, in some ways. It relates to the use of technology or AI or whatever we want to call it. But I'll give you some context first. I do translation work, not paid translation work. I only do it for friends and family. And part of the hassle is actually doing the typing. And I recently was faced with a very long legal document, and it was very long. And it wasn't that difficult to translate, but it would have meant me typing for a very long time. So for the very first time ever, I used AI to do the translation. Now, if you're trying to translate a conversational language, that can be dangerous because a lot of idioms won't translate at all. So raining cats and dogs, if you try and translate that into French or German, they'll think you're mad. But a legal document I thought might just work. And so I popped it into dear old AI, and it then popped it back into English for me, beautifully typed up, lovely headings, it was all beautiful. Now, I did have to read through it, because it did make the odd little whoopsie, but it was only a few little whoopsies that it made, but it speeded up the process hugely. So I just wonder, is it something that you are exploring or not?
So we currently do use machine translations within the service. It's fair to say we use it for the opposite. So we use it when it's not a legal document or a specific policy or procedure, but for general translation. So it's an option that our officers have, so they can either go for machine or a human interpreter. It depends on the scenario that we're doing, but we do have that option. It's fair to say machine translation is getting better, but it will always need somebody to check it, and that's what we're finding at the moment. But it is an option that we do use at the moment.
Okay, thanks. I was just surprised at how accurate it was, because I was sceptic a little bit about AI, but it produced a very good translation. Not as good as my translation, but it wasn't bad.
Annie.
Hi, thank you. I welcome the inclusion of British Sign Language in this. I wondered if, so a lot of the deaf community have requested that we look into British Sign Language for council meetings, in particular for council. Is that something that could be included or looked at within this?
So it should be included. British Sign Language should be part of the framework. Do you mean specifically for meetings or? Yes, for council meetings. Something that I could take away and have a look. So we could potentially have full council signed? Yes? That's what I'm asking. Yeah,
within the contract, it would be an option.
Yeah, so within the contract, that would be an option for us, if we want to, partake of that, yeah.
Oh, brilliant. It would be great if we could. People would be really appreciative. Thank you.
David, I think you were next.
Thank you, Chair. Wazim, I'm glad you're sat next to the Policy, Strategy and Digital Director, because I'm about to ask this question about page 215, implications on IT. Alex Simpson seems to think, currently I can see no implications on IT arising from this report, but there's a but coming. There may be options to use IT to provide some of this service. Which is actually happening there? Are there implications for IT? Because I think there are, and this is a classic example where BFC can actually help the council achieve this aim, please.
Yes, thank you. Well spotted. There absolutely are some implications. I suspect, given that some of those technologies like machine translation, are already in place, they were probably referring to not seeing sort of a great deal of change required through IT, but nevertheless acknowledging it is, of course, a factor in its delivery. So I'll make sure that Riz and I pick that up offline and reassure ourselves.
Thank you.
Any more questions or comments? Okay, in that case, I'd like to move that Strategy and Resources Committee, 1, approves the procurement and establishment of a corporate translation and interpreting services framework for a term of up to 4 years with a maximum total contract value of £2.4 million. 2, authorises the Director of Policy, Strategy and Digital, in consultation with Chair of the Strategy and Resources Committee, to procure and award the translation and interpreting services framework in line with the procurement approach and maximum budget envelope set out in this report. 3, authorises the Director of Policy, Strategy and Digital to put in place any necessary short-term interim contractual arrangements, if required, to ensure continuity of service until the new framework is in place. And 4, authorises the Director, Policy, Strategy and Digital to approve any extensions or variations in line with the terms of the contract within the approved maximum budget envelope. Can I ask a seconder for that?
Seconded.
Thank you, Sarah. All those in favour, please raise your hands. And that's passed unanimously. Thank you, Rizwan. We'll now move on to agenda item number 13, if I can find it, which is quarterly performance report for Q4 for 25-26. I'd like to advise the committee that this report is to brief the Strategy and Resources Policy Committee on performance progress against the BCC Business Plan 25-28, which delivers the specific actions to make progress on the priorities and objectives in Bristol City Council's corporate strategy for 2025 to 30. This report is for information only, and I would like to invite Tim Barrett and Rebecca Baldwin-Cantello to introduce the report. Over to you, Tim and Rebecca.
Yes, thank you, Chair. This is the regular quarterly report on performance of strategy and resources. As members will know, this covers 2 bits of ground, both the oversight of performance across the entire council, and we've provided in Appendix A1 an overview for you of all of the matters that are reported to other committees against the business plan, albeit the specifics of managing those are reserved to the committee overseeing each one. We also will cover the strategy and resources summary specifically, where we'll focus most of our attention today. Just in terms of the overall view, though, of the Council's business plan, you'll see that 25% of performance metrics that are due are on or better than targets. So that's 5 out of 20. That is better than the 14%, 2 of 14 that were due in the last quarter, albeit still represents a fairly low level of performance against some of those targets. More encouragingly, in terms of the overall city outcomes we're looking to achieve, of those that have data available, just over 2/3 are better than they were 12 months ago, so 8 out of 12 of those, and that's broadly in line with the numbers reported to this committee in Q3. Finally, in terms of tracking the actual actions being taken by the Council within the business plan, of those, 80% remain on track or completed, which is 35 of the 44. That is a slight slip back from what was reported to you in Q3, where we had 37 of 44 that were on course. To preempt any questions, the two that seem to have slipped backwards slightly relate to home adaptations for disabled people and capital investment in play, food growing and access to green space. Those are set out in Appendix A1, and within those there's commentary from officers explaining the direction of travel for those indicators. But otherwise a fairly static picture on business plan performance overall. I'll hand on to Rebecca, our Head of Equity Data and Performance, though, to talk you through the strategy and resources specific results and some of the areas of note picked out in the report for those.
Thanks, Tim. Afternoon. So as a reminder, this, according to our recently reviewed performance framework, will be focusing on our Tier 1 metrics and select Tier 2 metrics. So for the strategy and resources view, 52% of our Tier 1 metrics are performing better than target or on target, and 100% of the Tier 2 metrics, there's only 2 of those, are performing on target or better than target, and 100% of the business plan actions are as well. To focus on some areas of good performance, so those are outlined in the paper, and you can find more detail on the first one on FOIs on page 240 of your pack. So this has had a huge jump actually in the last quarter in terms of performance improvement. This is the highest we've ever seen reported on this metric in particular. It's normally, for the past 2 years, has been consistently in the 70 to 80% group, but it's now jumped to 90.3%, so excellent progress being made there. You've already heard from Steph earlier about reduction of spending on agency staffing. That has also come in better than target. And equality action plans. So if you remember last year when I reported on this at the end of the year, that was the first year that we hadn't met our equality action plan target. And I'm pleased to say that this year it's jumped up to being better than target at 90% of those plans achieving their expected progress compared to 82% last year. Areas for improvement, so you can find out more on, so I also recommend looking at the live dashboard because you'll be able to see trend data rather than just what's in the appendix in this pack. But if you want to look in the pack, then again on page 240 you can see more information about poor performance on the reduction of the percentage of complaints escalated from stage 1 to stage 2. There is a large overrepresentation in that cohort from housing, with 39% of all of those escalated complaints coming from that area. That's largely due to significant changes due to the Housing Ombudsman's Complaints Code. So there's no longer a reason to need to escalate those. So we're seeing much higher proportion from that area. The average number of working days lost to sickness is also slightly worse than target, and marginal difference to last year when it was 9.5 days, and this quarter, in Q4, it came out at 9.4 days. And then the one of more concern is around 3 of the pay gaps in particular: ethnicity pay gap, disability pay gap, and the LGB pay gap, which are all on a downward trajectory and significantly worse than target. So you can see more information about those on page 241 of your pack. There is a large overrepresentation. There's a high proportion of white British men in our higher paying roles in the council. Racially minoritized roles tend to be in the lower quartile, and therefore lower paid roles. That's also the same on gender representation, where we've got higher levels of part-time work for women. There is obviously the new Workforce Strategy Action Plan, which is committed to inclusive recruitment and targeted development programs. On disability, that's also that pay gap is also increased and is on the wrong trajectory. And that's also due to having people, disabled colleagues, more in lower quartiles and part-time working. We also think there's probably data gaps around that data. So I think more work on sensitive work around declaration rates would support there. And then finally on LGB, there is higher representation in mid-level roles within that cohort. But we do need to reinforce safe environment around disclosure rates there as well to encourage us to fill any data gaps there. I think those were the main headlines.
Thank you, Rebecca. I'll open it up to the floor. Tom?
So it really does feel like this report is a bit of good news, bad news. There's so many things where we're doing very well and which I'm genuinely pleased to see. It's kind of a shame that Dan Aykroyd isn't here because I'm sure he'd welcome the news about the FOI request, for example. But we're doing well on other parts. I mean, there are other bits where we're doing very well on equality, and then we seem to be laying down by the pay gaps, by other areas. We still have issues around housing, which I appreciate. You know, that is an ongoing project for the council, but the trend is going down. So I guess thank you for giving the report and performance here. There are only a couple of points that I would like perhaps clarity on. I note that we had the percentage of final EHCPs issued within 20 weeks. Now, I understand that that has improved from where we were some time ago, where I think it got down to about 3%, but it still seems that there definitely still seems to be some problems around timelines and timeliness here. Is there any information available on what's been happening in the backlog? Because I know there's increased capacity, but we still seem, you know, it's trending down. We still seem to have a problem here. So is there any further information on what's happening with the EHCPs?
So I don't think I could properly do justice to all of the work that's happening on that in education because it's obviously a major focus for that division. But I can say that that's stayed static for the last 3 quarters. So even though it looks like it's on a slightly downward trajectory, it's very marginal. Okay. But the reasons given are just around continual rising demand and still addressing that backlog. It's certainly had a very marked, it's improved markedly to this point last year and to Q1 last year even more dramatically. So it's definitely on a better trajectory.
No, I'm glad to hear that it's not. Nope.
It was just to say that this is an area where our performance is improving perhaps at a greater rate than in other services, albeit from a low base, as you quite rightly pointed out. There's been significant investment in both additional staffing undertaking the HCP assessments, but also investment in educational psychology. That investment has taken some time to get to the point where we're seeing improvements in performance. But what we are now seeing is that the number of cases that are being assessed is meeting the targets that we set the team, which will mean that there'll be continued improvement in the timeliness of EHCPs. So quite a long way to go, but actually we are seeing that improvement. I attend the Quality and Improvement Performance Board for Children and Education Services to ensure that we're paying attention to that data, but also other data in relation to children and education.
Can I just add in as well, this isn't to deter any further question on this area, but I think this is going to be explored in even more detail with the officers, the relevant officers there when it comes to CYPS as well. So there may be some of your questions will also get answered in that committee as well.
It is welcome that we are seeing that improvement. I appreciate it. I do genuinely appreciate how difficult it is for officers. I just also appreciate how difficult it is for the families involved. So I think it's just something that we need to very much remain at the forefront of minds, and I appreciate it is at the forefront of our minds. The other one, which is at the forefront of every councillor's mind, is the number of potholes reported, and that's gone downwards. I appreciate that it notes that additional resources are being deployed to react to the increase. That has not necessarily been the experience of my constituents, and it might perhaps be, and I appreciate that might be one for the Transport Committee as well, but it might be worth knowing where those additional resources have been deployed and if that's going to be spread out evenly across the city.
We can certainly pass that on to colleagues. I do know because of the exceptional amount of rainfall we had, they've really struggled to meet the unprecedented demand. But I will ask them to provide you with more specifics about where the resource has been deployed.
That would be very welcome, because I think, again, I appreciate it's been a particularly difficult period due to the weather, and I appreciate that's very much outside of officer control, but it's a real problem for quite a few residents, and I don't think the potholes are quite large enough to live in yet, but some of them are getting there, so let's see what we can do.
I look forward to more pictures of councillors pointing at potholes on leaflets, or through, I think, your party has the best ones. I think we all agree. Okay, who's next on the list? Patrick.
Thank you very much for this report, and I think Tom's covered a few of the points I was going to raise, but I did have one question about the BPPM 268A on the performance metric and how many job seekers we're providing with career advice and employment support. It's really good to see that improving, but I think a lot of us will have the poor job market on mind. Are we tracking whether these people are getting into employment following contact with our services, or are we just measuring how many people we are helping without potentially without checking how effective that help ends up being? It was a bit unclear to my reading.
That's a good question. I'd have to check with colleagues on that. I would presume yes, but I don't have the detail to share, but I'll ask them to feed back to you.
Thank you very much. I think especially with the job market as poor as it is now, it's incumbent on the council to make sure we are providing an effective employment support service. Thank you.
Yeah, and I think that particular measurement will go to economy and skills, so there may be an answer forthcoming from that as well. Any more questions or comments? Okay, in that case, I would like to, bear with me, I turn over the one page. Okay, well that report was for noting, so I would like to ask that the Committee for Strategy and Resources notes the quarterly performance report for Q4 25-26. Can I take that as noted? Thank you. Thank you, Rebecca. Thank you, Tim. We're going to do at least one more item before we potentially take another toilet break. And then we'll do the last three items in one go. So next item is agenda item number 14, which is the Q1 26-27 Corporate Risk Report. Now, this report provides an update on current significant strategic risks to achieving the Council's objectives as set out in the Corporate Strategy 2025 to 2030 and summarises progress in managing the risks and action being taken as at Q1 26-27. And as per the previous report that I should have mentioned is this is looking at the overall risk. If you have more detailed questions in an area that if it's not strategy and resources service area, it probably needs to go to the relevant committee. But no, officers can direct questions on your behalf in any case. So I'd like to invite Aldo Sonetti, the risk manager, to briefly outline the report. Aldo, over to you, please.
Thank you, Chair. So this is a regular quarterly risk assurance update. So just to go over the headlines, there's 14 corporate risks. 2 of them are scoring critical, corporate risk 60 in relation to housing, corporate risk 58 in relation to infrastructure. And those will remain relatively static for several periods now. We've got 1 improving risk, which is corporate risk 12 in relation to emergency planning and business continuity. That's improved due to updated plans and more consistent plans and testing schedule behind those plans as well. We've got 1 risk that's been deteriorating, which is corporate risk 61 in relation to the construction design framework. And the reason for the decline is around several contractor incidents. There is actually a deep dive on this risk at the Audit Committee later this month. One of the things that we've been doing during the quarter is working with some specific risk owners around the effectiveness of the controls and mitigations with their risks. We'll see the benefit of those in Q2, but rather than just it being assurance, it's actually looking at the effectiveness of the management of the risks. Some of the highlights during the quarter. So we held a CLB risk workshop, and that was to not just refresh the current risk register, but also as well to take a step back and look at it through a more sort of strategic lens. The output of that workshop we're working through at the moment. It went to the CLB last week, also as well the Audit and Risk Board, and what we'll ultimately end up with is a revised risk register that is more thematic in nature. Some of the current risks on the corporate risk register will end up on the directorate level registers because they're a bit more operational in nature. We've also launched risk management online training. This is to give managers a baseline understanding of risk, but also as well how to apply the new enterprise risk management policy in their day-to-day roles. The feedback on that so far has been very positive. And those are the headlines. Any questions?
Thank you, Aldo. Questions or comments? Tom, I knew I could rely on you.
No, I can't get the one in. No, but thank you for the report, which is as helpful as always. The only thing that I would note is that we still seem to maintain a number of high risks that are basically consistent. And I know that point has been raised in Audit Committee before as well. But I just, for example, we have seen it's not one of the headlines, but as we've just been discussing, the risks for children, adult safeguarding as well. I suppose what I'd ask is, and I assume that will be for the relevant committee to be fair, that we are tracking those individual risks and that councillors are being updated on what action is being taken to reduce them.
Absolutely. So I think this move in line with the new risk management policies around understanding, are we doing all we can to manage these risks? Are the controls effective? Are the mitigations taking effect, etc.? So in terms of the reporting, certainly from Q2 onwards, we'll be able to reflect that more substantially, yeah.
And I think it will also be very welcome at the Audit Committee that the arrangements for managing its insurance and risk arrangements, I think it will be very welcome news at that committee that has been de-escalated, but that's more for the audit than us.
Thank you. Any more questions or comments? Okay, in that case, can I ask the Strategy and Resources Committee to note the report? Thank you. Thanks, Aldo. So we have 3 more agenda items. I've been requested for a brief comfort break. The next 3 items, agenda item 16, has some exempt sessions. If we do need to go in exempt session, we will need to come back to make the decision in public. The final agenda item, item 17, is wholly exempt, so we will need to go into a exempt session for that item. So if we go into a session for agenda item 16, I would propose that we stay there for agenda item 17 and then come back to make the decision after both items. Tom, did you want to?
I agree that makes sense, but I think, I don't know how controversial the next item is, but to my mind it makes sense to do that, and I don't know how, if people are desperate for the comfort break, fair enough, but it would make sense to do that and then just immediately go into exempt. I feel like that makes more sense organisationally.
Is that a general agreement from the committee? Okay, so we'll do agenda item 15, and then I'll move, we will have to vote to go into a session. So let's do agenda item 15, which is print and mail re-procurement and approved budget. So I'd like to invite, this report provides the committee with information about the future procurement of print and mail functions and seek approval to re-procure print and mail services following the end of the current contractual arrangements. and authorisation to increase the approved spend on the current print and mail contract with Xerox and extend the current contract to cover the period up to the 31st of March 2028. This is a key decision because it involves a spend of over £500,000. And I'd like to invite Peter Anderson, Director of Property, Assets and Infrastructure, to briefly outline the report. Pete, over to you, please.
Thanks, Chair, and thanks, councillors. Yes, the report provides background in relation to the position we find ourselves in with the current spend against the contract. The agreement to go into contract for print and mail was taken at the Cabinet in November 2020, and the contract went live in 22. And the current contract ceiling is 11.5 million. Points 4 to 7 in the report provide a bit more detail in the context of known demands on the contract or expenditure, which has meant that the costs for printing for particularly the clean air zone, and you can see the scale to which we print in relation to the clean air zone, potentially totaling up to 3.9 million by March 28, is meant that we will hit that ceiling of 11.5 sooner than the end of the current contract, which is March 27. So as the Chair indicated, we are looking not only to increase the funding envelope, not the funding ceiling, but also the length of time in relation to the existing contract. We are able to recover all of the spend against the CAS, so that it would be matched off. We have also seen an increase of Royal Mail costs for printing, particularly first-class mail, by 137% since 2020. For the last 2 years, Royal Mail have increased their cost twice yearly over the last 2 years, and for us to be, we've made efficiencies within the service, moving to more hybrid mail and to reduce the level that we do print, but that has created a pressure in relation to being able to deliver the services within the budget envelope. And point 7 makes reference to an additional spend of 339,000 during the length of the current contract, which was due to nearly 100 printers that came on stream, or 100 buildings, sorry, which were not part of the original scope back in 2020, having since set up, as the committee will be aware, the corporate landlord model and the corporate landlord service. Points 8 and 9 make reference to re-procurement. So the request is to, yes, increase the financial envelope, but to increase the length of the contract until March 28 to give us time to enter into a re-procurement process to focus on innovation and efficiency and digitalisation in relation to what we do and how we do it in the context of printer mail. I think it's worth just a point of context in terms of the contract involves 3 core pillars of work. So it includes external printing, it includes the management of mail coming in, so then the digitalisation of incoming mail that we distribute, as well as the external printing we do, for example, the CAS zones, parking fines, legal notices, and also the council tax booklet and letter. So we have reduced the level of printing, but there's more to do in this space. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Pete. Any questions or comments? Patrick, and then and Tom and David.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks, Pete, for this information. I think it's quite comprehensive. I appreciate that a lot of the reasons that the evidence base that the report goes into, the points 4 to 7 that you mentioned, they're outside the council's control to a large extent. That being said, how do we plan to make sure we don't need to revisit this situation again in the future? How can we make sure that we are properly controlling for potential cost increases so we don't need to keep coming back to committee every few years for additional funding?
So the establishment of the corporate landlord over the last year will help, definitely. We've created a print and mail board in relation to the programme that has come out of property transformation programme. So that meets every month, not only to look at managing and controlling spend,
but also efficiencies within the service now and moving forward, as well as then ensuring that we establish the approach for what is our re-procurement, working closely with colleagues in finance and procurement. Thanks.
Thank you very much. It occurs to me that we might have a potential synergy with the previous item on trying to improve people's interaction with the council and the ease of interacting. If there was a one council login where people could maybe opt into paper communications but instead receive things by email or through notifications on an app, that might really help us reduce these costs. So I hope that there is that cross-cutting work taking place to identify where we can reduce our print and mail costs in those areas.
Definitely, yeah, already started, and a really important point for us as we go into that re-procurement.
Okay, thank you. We've got Tom and then David.
Thank you. And it's just following up on one of the questions in public forum from Joanna Booth, who notes the date and why authorisation is only being sought now. Now, you have answered when the issue became apparent, which was quite recently, really. But just, I want to specify, I don't think there's any nefarious reason, but is there a reason it came to this particular committee meeting rather than the May or June ones?
There's an 8-week lead-in around decision pathways, I guess. So in terms of timings, when it was identified, working through preparing the papers, PCCBs, briefings, and then bringing it to the next available committee.
And this was in no way atypical, and normally it would be a couple of months before something came to us after we discovered it.
No.
Yeah. Okay. Thought so. Thank you very much for clarifying.
David.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to re-emphasise the increase in postage costs that have been factored in here. In 2020, the first class stamp was only 76 pence, and that was when we were actually designing the CAS scheme. In 2022, when we actually introduced the CAS scheme, it went up to 95 pence, and it's now £1.80 to send a first class letter. And there are some press floating around that we've failed to factor in this increase. We wouldn't have been party to Royal Mail's price increases, would we? So how could we have factored them in?
Agree. We weren't aware that they would be increasing Royal Mail twice yearly for the last 2 years, so it's been a real challenge for us. I think that the scale to which the number of letters get produced as well regarding the CAS particularly, I think was probably not expected to be at that level. We are working closely with parking services in relation to that use of the first class in relation for all of their notices. I think there's 4 different groupings of parking service letters that we do produce. CAS is only one of them. I think there's four bundles. So that we are working through as well to work through if we can do something within the margins there, which ensures that a recipient of an FPN or a penalty notice will be able to receive it in a timely way. And also the challenge of black and white printing against colour printing in terms of ensuring that we comply with legislation in terms of what needs to be colour and what isn't colour. We currently print, on average, if you look at how much we print, 30% is colour currently across the council, 70% black and white. It is double the cost to produce colour. So looking at those efficiencies throughout the council, throughout services, as well as letters which we produce that do need to be in colour, that's something that is constantly under review. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. The only thing I'll add in follow-up to your comment, David, is that this isn't unique to this area. There are other things, and in fact, it will contribute to the next agenda item as well. External factors means that sometimes we have to make changes to contracts and agreements simply to be able to recognise the fact that, for whatever reason, costs have changed there as well. Unfortunately, it always seems to be in the one direction as far as we're concerned. Very rarely do things appear to get cheaper. Do we have any more comments or questions on this agenda item? Okay, in that case, I'd like to move that the Committee for Strategy and Resources, 1, authorises the increase in approved spend against the print and mail contract to 17.8 million for the period up to 31st of March 2028. 2, provides delegated authority to the Executive Director of Growth and Regen to effect a 12-month extension to the current Xerox contract to cover the period up to 31st of March 2028 under improved terms. And 3, notes that the service will undertake a full re-procurement service to support a new 5-year contract beginning on the 1st of April 2028. Can I ask for a seconder, please?
Seconded.
Thank you, Sarah. Can I ask for all those in favour to show your hands? That's passed unanimously. Thank you, Pete. Okay, the next agenda item, now, although it's indicated that we're going to need to go into exempt session for this, it is not fully exempt, so we will start off in public discussion. And if there is a possibility for questions to be asked that are not exempt, I would very much appreciate it. So I'd like to advise the committee that this agenda item is temporary an agreement for lease variation and delivery funding. This report provides an update on progress related to enabling works, planning permission and the affordable housing strategy for Temple Island. It seeks approval to deploy a proportion of economic development fund within the previously approved delegation of £32 million and to vary the agreement for lease in relation to office space, affordable housing and development viability assumptions for the project. This is a key decision because it involves a spend of over $500,000. As mentioned, this item does contain an exempt paper, and if we wish to discuss what's in that exempt paper, which I suspect we will do, we'll need to move to withdraw for that part of this discussion, but that will require a vote to do so. I would like to invite Alex Hearn, Director of Economy of Place, to briefly outline the report. Over to you, Alex.
Thank you, Chair. So Temple Island is one of Bristol's most important regeneration opportunities and sits at the heart of the wider Temple Quarter programme. It's also one of the most challenging and complex projects we're working on. In 2019, the Council agreed to form a development partnership with Legal & General and committed £32 million worth of economic development funding to deliver the project. That's also referred to as EDF funding. In 2022, the Council entered into an agreement that assumed the Council taking a lease on one of the 2 office blocks in the scheme to support overall viability and the deliverability of the project. Following completion of major remediation and infrastructure works earlier this year, the site is now development ready and planning permission has been granted for a mixed-use development, including homes, office space, public realm, a hotel, and community facilities. This report is seeking to vary the agreement for lease, to note the approach to affordable housing delivery, and to make use of the balance of the already approved £32 million of EDF. Since the original agreement for lease was signed in 2022, brownfield development in towns and cities across the country has become much harder. Build costs have increased substantially. The Building Safety Act has added cost and complexity and reduced building efficiency, and wider market conditions have impacted viability across the country. As a result, the original assumptions can no longer provide a viable scheme. In relation to affordable housing, the original stated intention was for this scheme to deliver 40%. Planning permission was recently and unanimously approved with 0% affordable housing, but the intention, as stated then and still, is to achieve 20% affordable housing and a 10-year split in line with our stated policy expectations. This change would see the acceleration of the delivery of new homes, including the affordable housing, to meet Homes England timeframes. A key variation in this report relates to Office 1, in which the Council would participate commercially. As before, with the 2022 agreement, The proposal is for the council to take a lease at a discount to the prevailing market rent. This will provide a capitalised value and inject that into the overall viability assessment and a steady 40-year term. The council would then let the space on the open market, and the difference between what it can collect and what it will pay legal in general would be a surplus, along with business rates and the value of the asset at the end of the 40-year term. Since 2022, the prevailing market rent in the city has increased significantly. Both a shortage of availability and Bristol's strong economy have pushed rents beyond a quoted £52 per square foot and are forecast to continue to grow. If the council agrees to vary the lease terms as a proportion of the prevailing market rent, then it can continue to generate that capital sum into the viability assessment and generate sufficient surplus to manage leasing, occupation and refurbishment of the building over the 40 years. So in summary, this project is very important to the regeneration and economic development of the city. In a challenging market, it can show that Bristol can deliver large-scale brownfield regeneration. It now has planning permission. The decontamination and enabling infrastructure has been delivered for that planning permission. The varied lease terms are expected to be a similar proportion of the market rent as in 2022. However, the scheme can no longer deliver 40% affordable housing, but it can deliver 20% with the support of funding from Homes England. So the paper is asking for approval to the approach to the use of the balance of that £32 million Economic Development Fund. It's asking you to note the residential and affordable housing strategy, and is asking for approval and to provide a mechanism for finalising the commercial terms for Office 1 and then finalising the delivery of the project. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Alex. Does anybody, John?
Thanks, Chair. I'll try and keep it non-exempt to begin with, but if I stray, do stop me and then we'll move into exempt session. So, Alex, this is a really important project for the city, massive project, huge amount of public money involved. We've chucked in a lot already, millions and millions of pounds. So presumably we have a watertight contract with L&G.
So at the moment we have an agreement for lease, which is a precursor to the lease. We have a development agreement. This is looking to vary the terms of the agreement for lease. Following a decision today, if the decision is positive, then there'll be a period of further negotiation before we finalise an actual agreement, which will be with the support of the Section 151 officer.
I'm confused. We've spent millions of pounds of public money and we don't have a legally enforceable contract against L&G. Is that what you're saying to me?
No, we have an agreement with L&G where we have a series of obligations and L&G have a series of obligations. So, for example, one of the obligations for us was to enable the delivery of the decontamination. One of the obligations on legal in general was to obtain planning permission. So
presumably all the financial terms and conditions are in the contract and they are legally enforceable.
Yes, and we're being asked to review those.
We're being asked to vary them. Now, if L&G were a small contractor, the risk to the council would be that if we insist on the existing terms and conditions, the contractor will go bust, and therefore the whole scheme collapses. If we have a watertight contract with L&G, this is a company that has £16 billion of assets. If they don't fulfil their legal obligations to us, we sue them for breach of contract. It's as simple as that. I don't understand why we're varying the terms and conditions. We've agreed them. Okay, they're not favourable for L&G. They might lose money on the deal. Tough luck. That's the commercial world. I don't understand why we, Bristol City Council taxpayers, have to bear the brunt of this. Can you explain why we can't just enforce the contract?
So the structure of the agreement is that we are not, it's not to that you will build the project that we agreed in 2022. There's a series of stages that get us there. There's further viability assessments to undertake before we get to a point where there's a legally enforceable sort of building contract on the buildings.
So we've spent millions of pounds without a contract that's legally enforceable. Is that grossly negligent on the part of the council?
We have an agreement for a development partnership where there are, I think, 17 conditions associated with the agreement we have at the moment. We have a series of those to deliver. Legal in general have a series of those to deliver. It's all moving towards a direction of travel for which there are still some gateways to go through.
I have to say, I thought George Ferguson was being melodramatic in the press, but I'm beginning to think that he's right. We really have botched this. If we don't have a legally enforceable contract, I don't know what we've got. I mean, millions of pounds of public money have been spent. The guarantee that they're seeking to vary, why should we vary it? I don't get that.
It was just to add, but obviously this was an agreement that was before Alex's time and also before my time. That said, agreements of this kind are pretty normal in the regeneration and development world. It is worth noting that this is a site that would have had to have significant investment to remediate it for any development to happen in any case. So whilst I can understand the point that you're making, Councillor Glandris, in relation to should there be a legally enforcement agreement in place, it's pretty unusual for regeneration programs to have that. What tends to happen is conditional agreements for lease, and what happens as you go through the process is those conditions are met or not met, and depending on whether they're met or not met depends on whether the lease is entered into. So the kind of agreement that's in front of you and was in front of you back in 2022 is pretty consistent with the way that regeneration is brought forward, particularly for sites where there is both some public investment needed and private investment in order to see regeneration happen. So I can hear your frustration.
So Nick, are you
saying
that are we in a situation where we could just walk away and give this to Aviva, for example?
I think we're always in a situation where you could not proceed. The question you would have there is whether you would ever see development happen on a site such as this without that.
I'm just surprised. I mean, I have to say, I'm not a local government expert. You are. I just cannot believe that we can spend so much public money and not have a contract in place with the third party that we're dealing with.
I think what Alex has been saying is that there's a conditional agreement for lease, which is a contract, but it's a contract that has a series of conditions that you work through as you work through the development process.
My mind is absolutely boggled. This wouldn't happen in the private sector, I have to say.
Just to remind me, it's the private sector that's part of this agreement, so this is a public.
Yeah, and they're laughing all the way to the bank.
Well, I mean, John, we're talking in public consumption, in public. I mean, the change is not all one way. There are concessions being made by the other side as well. But what I'll also say is, and I've said this in response to a journalist inquiry, we do have a site, a contract has been signed. The former independent mayor has said that he wished he signed the contract for the arena before he left office. He didn't. As a result, a new deal was signed and put on the table. We are now seeking to make that deal, that agreement, work for the City of Bristol going forward. I do have some frustrations myself, but what I don't want to do is just end up with a site that a lot of money has gone in to bring it to a position where it can be productive and end up with a derelict site for another 10, 20, 30 years.
No, I agree with you, Tony, but what I would have expected to have is a contract where we can enforce the terms and conditions that we've agreed thus far without having to vary them now in favour of LNG. Now, you're saying some are coming back in our favour, but as far as I can see, there's one great big one, which obviously we can't talk about unless we go into exempt session, which is hugely in favour of LNG.
All right, thanks, John. Tom?
Given where the nature of the discussion is going, I think it may be prudent for us to go into an exempt session, have a short break and then move into exempt session. So I'd like to move that.
Okay, well, I'll just double check that nobody else has got any questions that can be asked in his non-exempt. Patrick?
Thank you. While I do agree with the thrust of what Tom's saying, I would like to ask in broad terms, if we were to try and insist on the agreement as it is currently, what would the real term implication of that be? What impact would that have on the wider regeneration project? Because I think I share a lot of the frustration. I think a lot of us will share some of the feelings and frustrations expressed by Councillor Glandris.
So, as set out, there are a series of conditions associated with the development. One of those conditions is around viability, overall viability across the mix of uses. If it's demonstrated that the scheme is not viable and there's no means and no agreement to try to address that, then there are provisions for the project not to happen, and then we would be in a position where we would have to find an alternative means to deliver the scheme.
One last question then, Patrick, and then Annie.
Thank you. I suppose, have we put any thought into what those alternatives could look like? Could we give the whole site to Gorham Homes, for instance? Because I know Gorham's looking for the next stage of its pipeline for the next 10 years or so.
So we have explored alternatives as part of our due diligence, as you'd expect. They all, however, will have to deal with the point that there is a viability challenge on this site.
Thank you. I'll just say, appreciate, to a large extent we are where we are. This should have been the arena. I know just going to put that on, my feeling is this really should have been the arena. We could have had the residential development up in the north of the city, but and we could have had the city centre arena here, put the public money in for decontamination and so on. But I think a lot of the difficulties we're seeing at the moment, obviously we've had a whole Liz Trust since then, but a lot of the issues we're seeing at the moment is because we've moved away from that original vision. Thank you.
Okay, let's not get into a conversation. We don't have a time machine, but we'll move to Annie for your comments,
yeah,
and then Kelvin, and then I think we will move into a exempt session.
Thank you. It's a comment rather than a question, and it's that for something of this importance and detail, we should have had a detailed briefing about this in advance of this committee, and it's not really acceptable that we've gotten to this stage without that. It makes it very hard to ask all the questions and allay the concerns, especially when we then have to move it into an exempt session as well. And also, as a sort of tangential comment, we did have a member briefing about Temple Quarter as a whole a couple of weeks ago, and it was woefully inadequate. It was basically 15 minutes of very top-line information, and for something this important, it would be good for all members to have much more detailed briefings going forwards. Otherwise, it's really hard to get behind it.
Okay, well, I'll take responsibility for that because I've been involved in working with this. And yes, perhaps we could have had a briefing prior to this. I apologise for that not happening. But this item has been on the forward plan for over a month. I mean, all of us have responsibilities as well. If we felt a briefing was needed, if I'd have been approached for it and we said so, I would have arranged for one to happen. Kelvin, do you want to?
So I've been around a long time, right? And my first term on the council was 97 to 2003, and we developed at Bristol back then. And actually, whilst we didn't have a big housing element to that, we did have contracts in place that were varied, that had gates to go through. That actually the private sector did come back and say, actually, we want more of your land thrown into the deal back then, right? So in a way, whilst it's massively frustrating, and I do share, John, your frustrations around this, it happens. It happened at Bristol right back then, and it happened, what I'm calling at Bristol, was the whole development piece of land all down on the docks. it happens, we try and leverage off those issues, but in some cases, you know, we do have a situation where we have to listen to those concerns. And I'm just saying that this council's been on the receiving end of these types of changes for a very long time.
Okay, thanks, Kelvin. I think, judging by some of the comments made, I'm going to ask that we vote on whether to go into a exempt session. So I'd like to move that under Section 100A4 of the Local Government Act 1972, the public be excluded from the meeting for the following item of business on the grounds that it involves the likely disclosure of exempt information as defined in paragraph 3 of Schedule 12A of the Act. Can I ask for a seconder? Tom? Okay, all those in favour, please show your hands. Okay, so we'll move into a exempt session. Don't worry, you don't have to move. We're moving. You can stay and carry on taking a comfortable seat. What I suggest we do is we have a 5-minute comfort break, and then we meet in the committee room at 5:10. I'll tell you 1 p.m.
I'll just say
Okay, thank you everybody for returning. So we only have to go to the vote on this, so I'll move directly to the vote because we've had a lot of discussion. And I'd like to thank everybody for their contributions. So moving to the report recommendation, the recommendation is that the Committee for Strategy and Resources, 1, approves the use of the remaining £32 million Economic Development Fund to be deployed into site-wide infrastructure and development costs. 2, notes the delivery of a build-to-rent scheme, including the provision of affordable housing, currently proposed at 20%, supported in part through Homes England funding. 3, approves a variation of the agreement for lease in principle to support delivery of Office 1, based on revised commercial assumptions reflecting current market conditions. 4, agrees that the proposed lease arrangement will be structured on the basis of a lease rent paid to LNG to which an investment yield can be applied to generate a capitalised value into the overall development viability. The lease rent not exceeding a defined proportion of the prevailing market rent, and the market rent to be determined at the point of agreement based on independent professional advice, taking into account comparable evidence, location characteristics, and scheme-specific factors. 5, authorises the Executive Director of Resources, Section 151 officer, in consultation with the Executive Director of Growth and Regeneration and the Chair of the Strategy and Resources Committee to finalise and agree the detailed commercial terms of the lease arrangement, including rent, yield, lease structure and phasing within the parameters set out above. And finally, complete all necessary legal documentation, including any required variation to the agreement for lease and associated documents in accordance with the Council's contract standing orders. Can I ask for a seconder, please?
Yeah, seconded.
Okay, can I ask for all those in favour to show their hands? I'll make that 4. All those against, show their hands. That's also 4. All those abstaining? As the vote is tied, the Chair has the option of exercising a casting vote, and I do intend to use that casting vote to vote in favour of the approver. Thank you all very much for your honest and clear questions and answers. That's the last item on the agenda, and that brings to a close the Strategy and Resources Committee. Thank you. Well, I mean, I understand they're all... Yeah, don't worry.